The British Empire is one of the most famous empires in world history. It grew to be very large, covering lands on every continent. In this chapter, we will take a gentle look at how the empire began and what it came to mean for the world. We will explore the reasons behind its growth, the ideas that drove it, and the many ways it left a mark on history. Before we start, imagine a world very different from today. In the past, many small kingdoms and states existed. People traveled by ship or horse and news moved slowly. Yet even in that world, some nations dreamed of reaching beyond their borders. The people of Britain were among these dreamers. They were curious about the lands across the seas, and they saw the chance to build new trade routes, gain wealth, and share their ideas. Britain is a small island nation surrounded by water. This made it a place where people learned to sail and explore. As time went on, British sailors began to travel farther than anyone had before. With their sturdy ships and strong will, they set out to discover new lands and build new connections. The spirit of adventure was strong, and it led them to places that were unknown to many. In the early days, the people of Britain did not know that they would one day create an empire. Instead, they were guided by a mix of curiosity, need, and hope. They looked to the sea not only to find new land but also to find new ideas and new ways to live. This spirit of discovery is one of the reasons why the British Empire grew so large. It was not built in a single moment but slowly over many years. One of the early drivers of the British Empire was trade. Trade means the exchange of goods and ideas. Britain was rich in talent and resources, and its people were skilled at making things such as cloth, tools, and ships. They learned from other cultures and shared what they knew in return. Over time, this exchange grew into a network that spanned across the world. British traders set up markets in far-off lands, and these markets became the early seeds of the empire. Another important idea was that of power. As the British grew more confident, they also grew stronger in their desire to control the lands they discovered. This idea of power was not just about owning land, but also about the ability to shape the future of those lands. It was about setting rules, building cities, and creating a system that connected distant parts of the world. The empire became a way for Britain to spread its influence, its laws, and its language. As the empire grew, it also brought changes to many peoples and cultures. When the British set up new colonies, they introduced their own ways of life. They built schools, set up government systems, and brought new technology. In many cases, these changes led to new ideas and new forms of organization. However, not all change was easy or welcomed by everyone. In some places, the arrival of the British brought hardship and conflict. Yet even in these difficult moments, the legacy of these encounters helped shape the modern world. In this story, we will look at many sides of the British Empire. We will see the beauty of exploration and the wonder of discovery. We will also look at the hard times and the struggles faced by those who lived under British rule. The British Empire was a mix of light and shadow. It brought great advances in art, science, and culture, but it also brought pain and loss to many. This mix makes its history rich and full of lessons for us today. At the heart of the empire was a strong sense of identity. The people of Britain saw themselves as part of something bigger. Their language, their customs, and their way of life became symbols of their strength. When British sailors and traders reached far-off lands, they carried with them not just goods, but also a message about who they were. This message helped to create a shared culture across many lands. Even today, we can see the influence of British customs in the language, laws, and traditions of many countries around the world. Another key idea was the belief in progress. The British believed that by exploring and expanding their horizons, they could bring progress to the world. They built roads, bridges, and ports. They also set up systems of government that, in many cases, brought order and stability. This drive for progress was one of the great forces behind the empire's growth. It was a hope that by working together and sharing ideas, people could build a better future. Of course, the story of the British Empire is not one of smooth progress. There were many challenges along the way. Conflicts with other nations, disagreements with local peoples, and the harsh realities of travel all played a part. Yet these challenges did not stop the British. Instead, they adapted and found new ways to overcome difficulties. This resilience is a big part of the story and is one reason why the empire lasted for so long. One cannot tell the story of the British Empire without thinking about its impact on the world. The empire helped to create a global network of trade and communication. It brought people together in new ways, and it also left a lasting mark on the arts, science, and politics. The ideas that started in Britain spread to far-off lands, and they still influence us today. From the way we speak to the way we govern, the legacy of the empire can be seen everywhere. This introduction also sets the stage for the many stories that follow in later chapters. We will learn about the brave sailors and explorers who ventured into the unknown. We will hear about the merchants who built trade routes and the leaders who made decisions that changed the course of history. Each chapter will bring us closer to understanding how the British Empire was built and how it came to an end. The story is not simple, but it is filled with interesting moments and important lessons. As we look back, we see that the British Empire was not just about land and power. It was also about ideas and dreams. The people who built it believed that they could change the world. They hoped to bring new ways of thinking and new ways of living to the many lands they reached. Their dreams, though sometimes marred by mistakes, were full of ambition and hope. This spirit of dreaming big is something that we can all learn from even today. The British Empire has also left a deep mark on the world's map. Countries that were once part of the empire now stand as independent nations. Yet the connection to Britain remains visible in many ways. In language, law, and culture, the past can be seen in the present. This connection is one of the most lasting effects of the empire, and it reminds us that history is not just about the past but also about how we live today. This chapter has taken a broad look at the British Empire. We have seen how it began with small dreams and grew into a force that touched every corner of the globe. The ideas of trade, power, and progress drove this growth, and these ideas continue to shape our world. While the empire is now a part of history, its story is still very much alive in the cultures and institutions that remain. As we close this first chapter, think of it as the opening of a grand book. Each page of this book holds a story filled with adventure, struggle, and hope. The British Empire was built over many years by many people, each adding their own chapter to a long and complex tale. We have only begun to glimpse this vast history, and the following chapters will take us deeper into the lives, events, and choices that made the empire what it was. In the coming chapters, we will see how early kingdoms in Britain laid the groundwork for a powerful nation. We will follow explorers as they set sail across unknown waters, brave the storms, and reach lands that would soon become part of a vast empire. We will learn about the people who made decisions that changed the course of history, and we will hear the voices of those whose lives were forever altered by the arrival of the British. The British Empire is a story of contrasts. It is a tale of high hopes and hard struggles, of great achievements and deep regrets. It shows us that history is not always simple, and that even the greatest powers can have dark sides. Yet by studying this history in a simple and clear way, we can learn many valuable lessons. We learn about the importance of curiosity, the drive for progress, and the need to balance power with care for others. This chapter, as an introduction, invites us to explore all these themes. It opens the door to a journey through time, a journey that will show us not only what happened but also why it happened and what it means for us today. The British Empire, with all its vastness and complexity, offers us a mirror to look at our own hopes, mistakes, and dreams. Let this introduction be a call to learn more. The British Empire is a story of human ambition, adventure, and the constant search for a better future. It is a story that continues to inspire and challenge us. As you listen or read these words, you are joining in a long conversation about the past, a conversation that still echoes in the world today. We now begin our journey into one of history's most important stories. In the next chapters, we will uncover the details and dive deep into the events that built an empire. For now, take a moment to imagine the small island of Britain, its people filled with dreams, ready to set sail and change the world. This is the beginning of an epic tale, a story that is as vast and complex as the empire it tells. Long before the great empire would stretch across the world, the island of Britain was a land of deep forests, winding rivers, and high hills. Its people lived in small communities and tribes, each with their own customs, beliefs, and ways of life. In this chapter, we will journey back in time to see how early inhabitants built communities, how different kingdoms formed, and how these events laid the very foundation of British identity. In the earliest days, the land that is now Britain was home to Celtic tribes. These people came from a shared culture that spread over many parts of Europe. They were known for their love of nature, their strong oral traditions, and their skills in making art and metal tools. The Celts built their lives around the natural world and believed in the power of the land and its spirits. They lived in round houses made of wood and thatch, gathered in open fields, and celebrated seasonal festivals with music, dancing, and storytelling. The Celtic tribes did not live as one nation but as many small groups. Each tribe had its own chief or leader and a strong sense of community. They spoke similar languages and shared many customs, but they were also proud of their individual heritage. In the lush valleys and hills, these tribes farmed, hunted, and fished. Their lives were simple yet rich with tradition. They passed their stories down from one generation to the next, and these stories would later become part of the folklore that shaped British culture. As centuries passed, the people of Britain began to see changes. Around 55 BC, the mighty Roman army, led by Julius Caesar, first set foot on the island. The Romans were fascinated by the lands across the channel. Although Caesar's visits were brief, they marked the beginning of a long period of contact between Rome and Britain. About a century later, in AD 43, the Roman Emperor Claudius ordered a full-scale invasion. Roman soldiers, engineers, and settlers arrived, and soon many parts of Britain became part of a vast empire that stretched across Europe. Roman Britain was very different from the Celtic world that came before. The Romans brought with them new ideas, new building techniques, and a system of roads and towns that connected communities over long distances. Cities like Londinium, modern-day London, began to grow, complete with public baths, theaters, and forums. The Romans built forts to protect their new province, and these forts became centers of trade and administration. They introduced written laws and a sense of order that was quite new to the island. The Roman influence on Britain was deep and lasting. For nearly 400 years, the island was under Roman rule, and during this time many changes took place. The Celts learned new ways of farming, construction, and trade. They also adopted some Roman customs and words, which slowly blended with their own traditions. Despite the Roman rule, many of the old Celtic beliefs and practices continued, hidden in the countryside and passed down in secret stories and local festivals. When the Roman Empire began to weaken, the Roman legions gradually left Britain around the early 5th century. The departure of the Romans left a gap in power. The cities and roads they built were left behind, and the local people now had to fend for themselves. This time of change led to the rise of new groups and new kingdoms. The vacuum of power allowed the native Britons to try and govern themselves once again, but soon new forces from across the sea began to arrive. One of these new forces were the Anglo-Saxons. They were a group of tribes from what is now Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. In the 5th and 6th centuries, Anglo-Saxons began to settle in Britain. They brought with them new customs, languages, and ideas about society. The Anglo-Saxons established many small kingdoms across the island. These kingdoms, such as Wessex, Mercia, and Northumbria, each had their own rulers and traditions, but they also shared a common language and culture that was different from the Celtic ways. The arrival of the Anglo-Saxons marked a turning point in Britain's history. Their language, which would later become known as Old English, began to mix with the Old Celtic languages. Over time, the Anglo-Saxon way of life started to influence many parts of the island. They built strong communities based on kinship and loyalty. The idea of a warrior culture where honor and bravery were celebrated became very important. Songs and stories of heroic deeds were sung by bards, keeping alive a tradition of oral history that had existed among the Celts. During this period, many small kingdoms often fought among themselves. Battles were fought over land, power, and honor. Yet, despite the conflict, there was also a growing sense of identity among the people of Britain. They began to see themselves as part of a larger community. The blend of Celtic traditions, Roman influences, and Anglo-Saxon culture created a unique heritage that was unlike anything seen before. This early mix of ideas and peoples is one of the reasons why British identity is so rich and complex. As the centuries moved on, another wave of visitors came from the north, the Vikings. Although the Viking Age would later leave its own mark on British history, even before their arrival, the groundwork for a united identity was being laid. The small kingdoms of the Anglo-Saxons, with their shared language and customs, would eventually have to face challenges from these new invaders. The constant need to defend their lands and maintain their traditions helped further solidify the bonds among the people. They learned to work together, and over time the idea of a united Britain started to take shape. In towns and villages, elders would tell tales of old heroes, battles fought long ago, and the wisdom of past leaders. These stories, whether they came from the Celtic, Roman, or Anglo-Saxon days, were woven into the fabric of daily life. They taught lessons about courage, loyalty, and the importance of community. These tales, passed down through generations, helped create a shared memory among the people. They remembered not only the victories and successes but also the challenges and hardships they had faced together. Religious beliefs also played a part in forming early British identity. Before Christianity spread, the ancient Celts worshipped many gods and goddesses, believing that the natural world was full of spirits and magic. When the Romans arrived, they brought with them their own gods and rituals, but the local people held on to many of their old beliefs. Later, when Christianity spread through the work of missionaries like St. Augustine in the 6th century, it began to unite people with a new shared faith. Churches were built, and the Christian message of love and unity resonated with many. This new faith provided another layer to the emerging British identity, one that brought people together in a common belief system. Over time, the struggles, conflicts, and alliances among the Celtic tribes, Roman settlers, Anglo-Saxons, and later the Vikings began to form the early building blocks of what would eventually become the nation of Britain. It was a slow and gradual process of blending different languages, customs, and ways of life. Each group left its mark on the land and its people. The result was a rich cultural heritage that was both diverse and strong. A heritage that would serve as the foundation for the British Empire centuries later. In the homes of farmers and in the halls of early kings, the values of hard work, bravery, and respect for one's community were passed on. Even as new rulers and invaders came and went, the common people continued to live their lives with a deep connection to the land and a shared sense of who they were. This sense of belonging, nurtured by years of storytelling, shared struggle, and the mixing of cultures, became the first true expression of a British identity. As we look back on these early times, we see that the foundations of Britain were built slowly over many years. There was no single moment when the British identity was created. Instead, it grew over time as people learned from each other and adapted to changing circumstances. The legacy of the ancient Celts, the order of the Romans, and the spirit of the Anglo-Saxons can still be seen today in many parts of Britain, from the names of towns and rivers to the ancient customs and folklore that survive in rural communities. This chapter shows us that the story of Britain is not a tale of one people or one culture. It is a rich tapestry woven from many different threads. The early kingdoms and the diverse identities of the people of Britain remind us that the strength of a nation can come from its diversity. It is the blending of different voices and traditions that creates a strong, enduring identity. This is the first step in a long journey that will eventually lead to the vast British Empire. A journey that began with the early kingdoms and the deep-rooted sense of who the people were. As we close this chapter, let us remember that every part of Britain's history, from the ancient Celtic rituals to the laws introduced by the Romans and the brave battles fought by the Anglo-Saxons, has shaped the nation in small but lasting ways. These early days were a time of great change and challenge, but also a time of hope and unity. The roots of British identity, planted many centuries ago, would grow and spread far beyond the shores of the island, setting the stage for the world-changing events to come. The world was much smaller to those who had not yet seen what lay beyond the familiar shores. For the people of Britain, an island surrounded by vast and mysterious seas, the call to explore was both a duty and an adventure. In this chapter, we follow the brave men and women who set sail during the Age of Discovery, driven by curiosity and the hope of finding new trade routes and riches. Their journeys were filled with danger, wonder, and the excitement of charting new horizons. Britain's location as an island meant that the sea was always a part of life. From a young age, many Britons learned the skills of sailing, reading the stars, and understanding the weather. These skills were passed down from generation to generation. Over time, advances in shipbuilding and navigation turned simple boats into sturdy ships capable of long journeys. Innovations such as better maps, the compass, and the astrolabe allowed sailors to know their position and plot courses over vast distances. These advances made it possible for British explorers to leave the safety of familiar waters and venture into the unknown. One of the earliest great voyages was led by John Cabot, an Italian explorer who sailed under the English flag. In the late 15th century, Cabot set out to find a new route to Asia. His ships, though small by modern standards, were built for speed and endurance. With careful planning and a spirit of adventure, Cabot sailed across the Atlantic Ocean and reached the coasts of what is now Canada. Although he did not find the riches of Asia, his voyage opened the eyes of the English to the vast lands across the ocean and the many opportunities they held. Cabot's journey taught the British that there were many undiscovered places waiting to be explored. The idea of exploring new lands grew stronger with each voyage. Sailors and merchants began to see that there was much to be gained by trading with distant peoples. Goods such as spices, silk, and precious metals were highly prized in Europe. The promise of wealth, along with the desire to spread new ideas and ways of life, fueled the drive to explore further. British ships, powered by a new generation of skilled navigators, started to travel farther than ever before. They charted coastlines, mapped islands, and recorded the stories of the lands they encountered. Every new discovery added to the growing knowledge of the world and laid the groundwork for future trade and colonization. The journeys were not easy. The sailors faced harsh weather, rough seas, and the constant threat of running out of supplies. Many ships were lost in storms or foundered on rocky shores. Despite these dangers, the spirit of discovery kept them going. The promise of new lands, new resources, and the chance to be part of a great adventure was too strong to ignore. Each successful voyage added a piece to the puzzle of the world and encouraged even more daring explorations. As British explorers ventured further, they began to build a picture of a vast and diverse world. They discovered lands filled with dense forests, high mountains, and wide, open plains. They encountered new plants, animals, and even people whose lives and customs were very different from their own. These encounters were both exciting and challenging. On one hand, the explorers brought back stories of incredible beauty and strange customs. On the other, they faced the reality of cultures that did not always understand or welcome the newcomers. In many cases, these meetings led to both friendly trade and sometimes bitter conflict. Yet each encounter enriched the understanding of the world and changed the way people thought about geography and culture. The maps created by these explorers were unlike anything seen before. Early maps were often filled with myths and legends, showing sea monsters and mysterious islands. As British explorers charted more of the world, their maps became more accurate and detailed. These maps served as important tools for future navigators and traders. They also sparked the imagination of people back in Britain, who marveled at the idea that the world was much larger and more varied than they had ever imagined. The work of these early mapmakers laid the foundation for the detailed world maps that we use today. Among the many brave sailors of the Age of Discovery, figures like Sir Francis Drake stand out. Drake, a skilled navigator and privateer, became famous for his daring voyages around the world. He not only searched for new lands but also challenged the power of rival nations by attacking their ships. Drake's journey around the globe showed that it was possible to sail the entire world by following the winds and currents. His accomplishments brought great pride to Britain and proved that the country could compete with other great seafaring nations of the time. His success also encouraged more people to dream of adventure and the possibility of finding new lands. The impact of these voyages was far-reaching. With each new discovery, Britain's understanding of the world grew. New trade routes meant that goods from far-off places could be brought back to British markets, changing the economy and the way people lived. The influx of new ideas and products helped to create a more interconnected world. This era also saw the beginnings of cultural exchange on a scale never seen before. British explorers, traders, and settlers introduced their own customs and ideas to the lands they visited, while also learning from the local peoples. This exchange of ideas helped to shape the culture of both Britain and the many lands it would later touch. Trade was one of the main drivers of exploration. The promise of wealth from the spices of the East, the gold of new lands, and other valuable goods led many merchants to support voyages of discovery. The British Crown also saw the potential for expanding its power through trade. By establishing new trade routes and colonies, Britain could secure its place as a rising power on the world stage. The wealth generated from trade would later fuel the growth of the British Empire and transform the country into a global leader. The Age of Discovery was also a time of great scientific and technological progress. The challenges of long sea voyages pushed inventors and scholars to develop new methods of navigation and shipbuilding. Tools such as improved compasses and more accurate maps made it easier for sailors to find their way in the vast open ocean. The study of astronomy became especially important, as knowing the stars was key to determining one's position at sea. These advances not only helped explorers chart unknown territories but also laid the groundwork for modern navigation and exploration. Despite the many successes, not every journey was filled with glory. Many voyages ended in hardship, with ships caught in storms, crew members falling ill, or explorers getting lost in unfamiliar waters. These setbacks were a constant reminder of the dangers of the sea. Yet each failure brought valuable lessons. Sailors learned to build stronger ships, prepare better for long journeys, and understand the weather and the sea more deeply. Over time, these lessons made future voyages safer and more reliable. The spirit of trial and error drove progress, and each setback was seen as a step toward mastering the art of navigation. As British explorers began to return home with tales of distant lands, their stories captivated the imagination of the people. Stories of lush, green islands, vast, open plains, and bustling foreign markets filled the public with wonder. The promise of adventure and the possibility of riches from these new lands created a sense of excitement and hope. The nation began to see itself as a country on the move, one that was not limited by its small size but capable of reaching out to the corners of the earth. This new vision would eventually lead to the establishment of colonies and trading posts that spread British influence far beyond its shores. The Age of Discovery was a turning point for Britain. It marked the moment when a small island nation began to see itself as part of a much larger world. The bravery and determination of the explorers during this time would eventually help build the British Empire, a vast network of lands, peoples, and cultures connected by trade, language, and ideas. The discoveries made during this era not only expanded the physical boundaries of the known world but also enriched the minds of those who learned of them. They opened up a world of possibilities and set the stage for centuries of growth and change. In the end, the Age of Discovery was about more than just finding new lands. It was about challenging old ideas and embracing the unknown. The journeys of British explorers taught people to look beyond the horizon and to imagine a world full of endless possibilities. Their courage and determination continue to inspire us today. The maps they drew, the routes they opened, and the stories they told remind us that the quest for knowledge and adventure is a never-ending journey. A journey that can change the world in ways we can only begin to imagine. As we finish this chapter, we remember the brave souls who risked their lives on the high seas. Their adventures during the Age of Discovery are a testament to human curiosity and the desire to explore. They left behind a legacy of maps, stories, and a deeper understanding of the world that would shape the future of Britain and the many lands it would come to influence. Their journeys remind us that sometimes to discover new worlds, one must first have the courage to set sail into the unknown. The Tudor period is one of the most exciting times in English history. It was a time of big changes that helped shape the nation. The people of England saw changes in government, religion, and society. These changes set the stage for future exploration and growth. In this chapter, we follow the story of the Tudors, the ideas they brought, and the lasting marks they left on England. At the start of the Tudor era, England was still healing from years of civil war. The Wars of the Roses had left the land divided. In 1485, Henry Tudor, later known as Henry VII, won the battle at Bosworth Field. His victory ended the long fight between rival families and began a new chapter in English history. Henry VII worked hard to bring peace and stability to the country. He made plans to strengthen the economy and unite the people. His calm and careful rule laid the groundwork for the changes that would follow under his children. Henry VII's son, Henry VIII, is one of the most well-known Tudor monarchs. When Henry VIII came to the throne, he brought with him new ideas and great ambition. Henry wanted to make England a strong and independent country. At the same time, he had personal goals that would change the way the country worked. Henry VIII's desire for a male heir and his personal life had a deep impact on England's church and state. One of the most important events during Henry VIII's rule was the break with the Roman Catholic Church. For many years, the Church in England had followed the rules and beliefs set by Rome. However, Henry VIII wished to make decisions for himself and his country. In order to do that, he decided to create a new church. This new church was called the Church of England. With this change, Henry took control of religious matters and ended the authority of the Pope in England. The move to break away from the Roman Catholic Church was not easy. Many people in England had been faithful to old traditions for hundreds of years. Yet Henry's decision opened up a new way of thinking about power and religion. The creation of the Church of England meant that the king was now the head of the church. This change gave him more power over both religious and political matters. At the same time, it stirred deep feelings among the people. Some welcomed the change while others held on to the old ways. Henry VIII's reign was also marked by many personal changes. He was married 6 times, and each marriage brought new challenges and ideas. His marriages were not only about love or family, they were also about politics and the future of England. When his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, could not give him a male heir, Henry sought a new marriage. His desire for a son led him to break from the Catholic Church, which would have given him the freedom to choose his own wife. These personal choices had great consequences. They set in motion changes that affected every part of English society, from the laws of the land to the way people worshipped. While Henry VIII was busy with his personal and religious reforms, the country was also experiencing growth in trade and exploration. New ideas about the world were emerging. English ships began to sail further than ever before, seeking new markets and opportunities. The strong navy that Henry helped build would later serve as the foundation for England's growing empire. This period of expansion was not just about finding new lands. It was also about learning and trading with other cultures. As ships returned with strange goods and exciting stories, the people of England began to see a larger world beyond their shores. Henry VIII's changes had a lasting impact on education and the arts. With the break from Rome, the study of the Bible and religious texts was translated into English. This meant that ordinary people could learn and read in their own language. The new church encouraged the spread of knowledge and helped create a more literate society. Books were printed and ideas shared, and soon the ideas of the Reformation spread far beyond the walls of monasteries and churches. Artists and musicians also found new inspiration in the changes of the time, creating works that celebrated both the old traditions and the new ways of thinking. After Henry VIII's death, his children would continue to shape England in different ways. His son Edward VI, though he ruled for a short time, pushed the new religious ideas even further. Under Edward, the Church of England became even more different from its Catholic past. However, Edward's reign was short, and soon the country would see another dramatic change. When Edward VI died, his half-sister Mary took the throne. Mary, often called Bloody Mary, tried to bring back the old Catholic ways. Her rule was marked by harsh measures to restore Roman Catholicism, and many people suffered during this time. Mary's efforts to reverse the changes of her father and brother led to deep divisions among the people. Her reign reminds us that change is never easy, and that the struggles between old and new ways can be long and bitter. After Mary's death, another of Henry VIII's children came to the throne, Elizabeth I. Elizabeth's reign is often seen as a time of balance and renewal. She worked hard to unite the country and find a middle path between the strict rules of Catholicism and the new ideas of the Reformation. Elizabeth understood that England needed to be a strong, independent nation that could stand on its own. Under her rule, the Church of England was shaped into a form that many English people could support. Elizabeth I also supported exploration and trade. She encouraged brave sailors and merchants to venture out into the world. During her time, famous explorers like Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh set sail on long journeys. Their voyages helped bring new ideas and goods into England and paved the way for future overseas expansion. Elizabeth's reign is remembered as a time when England began to see itself as a growing power on the world stage. The Tudor period was not only about changes in government and religion. It was also a time of great cultural growth. Art, music, and literature flourished. The works of talented writers and playwrights brought new life to the English language. people began to celebrate the unique culture of England. The arts helped to create a sense of national pride and a common identity among the people. Throughout the Tudor years, everyday life in England began to change. New ideas about education, work, and society started to spread. The growth of trade and the increase in wealth meant that more people could learn to read and write. This change in education helped many to understand and question the old ways of life. The spread of new ideas was slow at first, but over time it transformed the way people lived and thought. Markets grew, towns expanded, and the country slowly moved from the old ways of feudal life to a more modern society. The changes brought by the Tudors were not without hardship. Many people found it difficult to adapt to the new ideas and ways of life. The break with the Catholic Church caused pain for those who had long followed the old traditions. The dissolution of the monasteries meant that many communities lost important centers of learning and charity. The struggle between the old and the new was not just a story of kings and queens, but of ordinary people trying to find their place in a changing world. Despite these challenges, the Tudor transformation brought lasting benefits to England. The strong central government that emerged under the Tudors helped to create a sense of order and stability. The new church, though different from the old ways, helped spread ideas of learning and community among the people. The support for exploration and trade opened up the world to England, allowing it to become a place of growth and innovation. In many ways, the Tudors set the stage for the future, paving the way for England's rise as a global power. Today, when we look back at the Tudor era, we see a time of bold change and brave decisions. The choices made by Henry VIII, Mary, and Elizabeth have left a deep mark on the history of England and the world. Their legacy can be seen in the language we speak, the laws we follow, and the culture that has grown over centuries. The Tudor transformation is a reminder that change, though difficult, can lead to great progress. In this chapter, we have seen how a time of personal ambition and national need can combine to change an entire country. The Tudors did not just rule over England, they reshaped it. They broke away from old patterns and built new ways of thinking about power, religion, and community. Their story is one of courage and vision. It is a story that continues to inspire people to think about how change can bring about a better future. As we move forward in our journey through the history of the British Empire, we carry with us the lessons of the Tudor transformation. We remember how a single decision to break with the old ways can open up new possibilities. We see how the desire for power and stability can lead to both great achievements and difficult challenges. And most importantly, we learn that history is a blend of many voices, from kings and queens to the everyday people who lived through these times. The Tudor era, with its mix of reform, exploration, and personal drama, remains a fascinating chapter in the story of England. It is a time when a small island began to look outward, eager to learn from and connect with the wider world. The changes that started during this period would eventually lead to the great expansion of the British Empire. The seeds of exploration, trade, and cultural exchange were sown during these years, setting the course for centuries to come. In the years after the Age of Discovery, the British began to see that there was great promise in the new lands they had encountered. The vast, unknown territories across the Atlantic and on distant islands held many opportunities. Not only did these lands offer new resources and trade routes, but they also presented a chance to start fresh in places that had not been touched by European rule. This chapter tells the story of these early colonial ventures, how the British set up their first settlements, and how these humble beginnings laid the foundation for an empire that would eventually span the globe. The first steps into colonization were cautious and experimental. Britain did not have the large armies or vast funds that some of its European rivals had, so it began by sending small groups of people to explore and settle new lands. These early colonists were often a mix of adventurers, traders, and people seeking a better life. They hoped to make a living by farming, trading, and sometimes by finding valuable resources such as gold or spices. One of the first well-known attempts at colonization was the Roanoke colony, established in the 1580s. Although this effort took place under the banner of England, it was shrouded in mystery and hardship. The colonists arrived on the coast of what is now North Carolina, full of hope and excitement. They built simple shelters and tried to start a new life. However, the settlement soon faced many challenges. The colonists found it difficult to grow enough food, and relations with the local native people were complicated. When supplies and reinforcements did not arrive as expected, the colony slowly faded into history, leaving behind only a few clues to its fate. Even though the Roanoke colony did not succeed, it taught the British important lessons about the challenges of settling in new lands and living far from home. Learning from these early setbacks, the British tried again. In 1607, a new colony was founded at Jamestown in Virginia. This settlement is often remembered as the first lasting English colony in the New World. At Jamestown, a small group of men arrived with hopes of finding riches and creating a profitable trading post. The colonists faced many hardships in these early days. They struggled with harsh weather, unfamiliar land, and shortages of food. The native people in the region had their own ways of life, and the colonists sometimes found it hard to communicate with them. Despite these challenges, the people at Jamestown slowly learned to adapt. They began to grow crops such as tobacco, which would become a valuable export. Tobacco soon turned Jamestown from a struggling settlement into a place of growing promise. The success of tobacco as a cash crop marked a turning point, showing that the new lands could support a thriving economy. This small colony eventually grew, and its story became one of the first chapters in the long tale of British colonial success. While Jamestown began to take root in North America, the British were also eyeing other parts of the New World and distant islands. On the east coast of what is now the United States, another famous colony was established by a group of pilgrims in 1620 at Plymouth. These pilgrims, seeking religious freedom, left England with the hope of creating a community where they could live according to their beliefs. Their journey across the Atlantic was difficult, and they faced many dangers along the way. When they finally arrived in America, they found a land that was both beautiful and challenging. In Plymouth, they built simple homes and began farming the fertile land. They learned from the local native people who taught them about local crops and survival techniques. Although life in Plymouth was not easy, the spirit of hope and determination carried them through harsh winters and difficult times. Over the years, Plymouth grew from a small, struggling settlement into a community with its own laws, traditions, and a sense of purpose. This new way of life, built on hard work and the pursuit of freedom, would inspire many others to follow. The early colonial ventures were not limited to North America. Britain also began to set up settlements and trading posts on distant islands across the Atlantic and even in the Indian Ocean. The Caribbean, with its warm climate and rich soil, soon attracted British interest. Islands such as Barbados, Jamaica, and Antigua became important centers for growing sugar and other valuable crops. The Caribbean colonies were different from the settlements in North America. The climate was much hotter and the work was hard and often brutal. Plantations were built and large numbers of workers were brought in to work the fields. This labor force was largely made up of people from Africa, brought over against their will. The early years in the Caribbean were marked by both economic promise and great human suffering. While the plantations produced wealth for their owners, they also laid the foundations for social systems that would have lasting effects on the region. The lessons learned in these early ventures, both good and bad, would shape the future policies of the British Empire. Back in North America, the success of Jamestown and Plymouth encouraged more people to leave England and try their fortunes in the New World. Over the next several decades, many small colonies were founded along the East Coast. Each colony had its own unique character. Some were founded for trade and profit, while others were built as havens for those seeking religious freedom or a fresh start. The different colonies began to develop their own cultures, laws, and ways of life. Even though they shared common roots in England, the colonies started to take on lives of their own. They traded with one another and with the native peoples, and they slowly built the infrastructure that would later support larger towns and cities. The early colonial ventures were also marked by struggles and conflicts. The native peoples who had lived on these lands for many generations often saw the arrival of the English settlers as a threat to their way of life. Misunderstandings and disputes over land and resources sometimes led to violence. In many cases, the colonists and native tribes attempted to find ways to live together, but there were also many conflicts that left deep scars on both sides. These early interactions were complex and often difficult, and they remind us that the story of colonization is not one of simple progress but a mix of hope, hardship, and conflict. Trade played an important role in these early colonial ventures. The new colonies produced goods that were not available in Europe. Tobacco, sugar, cotton, and other crops became valuable exports that helped to build wealth in Britain. In return, the colonies received manufactured goods, tools, and other items that improved their lives. This exchange of goods helped to create a web of trade that connected the New World with the Old. Ships sailed back and forth across the Atlantic, carrying not only goods but also ideas and culture. The success of trade encouraged further investment in the colonies, and soon Britain began to see the great potential of these distant lands. One of the key ideas behind these early colonial ventures was the hope of a new beginning. For many people, leaving England meant escaping poverty, religious persecution, or simply the limitations of life in the Old World. In the new colonies, there was a chance to start fresh. People could own land, build their own homes, and live by their own rules. This dream of a better life attracted a diverse group of settlers. Farmers, traders, craftsmen, and even those on the margins of society came together to build communities in the new lands. Their shared hope for a brighter future created a spirit of unity and determination that would become a hallmark of the British colonial experience. Over time, the early colonial settlements began to grow into larger communities. In North America, towns and cities started to appear along the coast. Roads were built, and local governments were established to help manage the growing populations. The lessons learned from the early ventures, such as the importance of cooperation with native peoples and the need for careful planning, helped these new communities thrive. In the Caribbean and on other islands, plantations grew larger and more organized. Although these places often depended on harsh labor systems, they also developed systems of trade and local government that allowed them to prosper economically. As these early colonial ventures took shape, they began to influence the way Britain saw itself. No longer was Britain a small island nation with limited influence. The success of its colonies showed that it could reach out to the far corners of the world and build communities that were strong and independent. The ideas of trade, exploration, and the hope for a better life became intertwined with the British identity. The early colonists, through their hard work and determination, helped to create a legacy that would eventually lead to a vast empire. The journey of these early settlers was filled with challenges, but it was also full of hope and promise. Their experiences taught the British that the New World was a place of great opportunity, even though it came with many difficulties. The lessons of hard work, adaptation, and the importance of community became central to the identity of the British colonies. These early ventures, both in North America and on distant islands, set the stage for the later, larger colonial projects that would eventually form the British Empire. In many ways, the early colonial ventures were like seeds planted in new soil. They were small at first, but with time, care, and the right conditions, they grew into strong communities. These settlements would later serve as the stepping stones for even greater expansion. The experiences of the early colonists, their successes and failures, would be studied and remembered for many years to come. As we look back on this time, we see that the early colonial ventures were a mix of adventure, hope, and struggle. They remind us that building something new takes courage and determination. The brave men and women who left behind the familiar shores of England to start new lives in unknown lands showed that the human spirit can endure even the greatest challenges. Their efforts laid the groundwork for an empire that would eventually stretch across continents and influence the lives of millions. In the years following the early colonial ventures, Britain began to see that the key to lasting power was not just about settling new lands. It was about building strong trade networks. The idea was simple: if you control trade, you control wealth. Over time, this idea grew and changed the way nations saw themselves. This chapter tells the story of how commerce and conquest went hand in hand in the birth of the British trade empire. At the heart of the new trade system was a way of thinking called mercantilism. Mercantilism was an idea that a nation's wealth was measured by the amount of gold, silver, and other precious goods it owned. According to this view, trade was not a zero-sum game where all countries could prosper equally. Instead, every nation had to compete to get its share of the world's wealth. Britain, with its growing fleet and skilled sailors, saw an opportunity to use mercantilism to its advantage. The more trade it could control, the richer and stronger it would become. One of the first steps was to build a strong navy. A powerful navy was essential to protect ships, secure trade routes, and even challenge the forces of rival nations. British ships began to patrol the seas, watching over merchant vessels and ensuring that the goods moving between continents reached their destination safely. This new focus on naval power helped create a sense of security, both for the British merchants at home and for the traders in far-off lands who dealt with Britain. In a world where the threat of pirates and rival nations was very real, having a trusted fleet made all the difference. As British ships sailed across the oceans, they brought back not only precious goods but also new ideas and customs. Merchants traded spices from the East, textiles from India, sugar and rum from the Caribbean, and furs from North America. These goods were highly sought after in Europe, where people were eager to enjoy tastes and products that had never before been seen. With each voyage, Britain's wealth grew, and the idea of a vast trade network became a reality. To manage this growing trade, new organizations were formed. One of the most important was the East India Company. Established at the start of the 17th century, this company was given special powers by the British government. It could make treaties, build forts, and even raise its own army. The East India Company set up trading posts in India and other parts of Asia. Its main goal was to bring back valuable spices, silk, and other goods that could be sold for a high price in Europe. The company soon became one of the most powerful institutions in the world. Its success showed that commerce and conquest could work together. By controlling trade, Britain could extend its influence into lands that were rich in resources. The rise of the East India Company was not an isolated event. Around the same time, other trading companies began to emerge. In the West Indies, companies were set up to manage the sugar trade. Sugar became one of the most important products for Britain. Plantations in the Caribbean grew large and productive, and the trade in sugar and related goods helped finance further explorations and conquests. In North America, various companies worked to support the growing colonies. These companies organized shipments, built warehouses, and created networks that connected the small settlements with the bustling markets of London and other major cities. The growth of these trade companies brought many changes to both Britain and the lands it reached. In Britain, the success of these companies led to an increase in wealth. This wealth was not shared equally at first, but over time it helped to build better roads, schools, and even supported art and science. British society began to change as a result. A new class of merchants and traders emerged, people who made their fortunes not on the battlefield, but through careful planning and successful ventures across the sea. For many people in Britain, these changes meant a chance at a better life. As trade grew, so did cities like London. Markets became busy centers of activity, and ideas flowed as freely as the goods being exchanged. This period saw a blending of cultures as people from different parts of the world, whether they were traders from India, sailors from the Caribbean, or colonists from North America, shared their stories and traditions. The exchange was not just in goods but in knowledge and customs as well. Over time, these interactions helped to shape a new British identity, one that was open to the world and eager to embrace new ideas. However, the rise of the trade empires was not without its darker sides. The drive for wealth and control often led to harsh measures. In many cases, the conquest of new lands came with violence and oppression. Native peoples who had lived in these regions for centuries found themselves forced into new roles in the emerging trade networks. Their lands were taken, and they were often pushed aside as European ideas of commerce took hold. In the Caribbean, the rise of the sugar plantations meant that large numbers of Africans were brought over as slaves. These peoples suffered greatly as they were forced to work in brutal conditions, all for the sake of profit. While the British trade empire brought wealth to many in Britain, it also brought hardship and suffering to countless others. Despite these challenges, many in Britain believed that the benefits of expanding trade far outweighed the costs. The promise of economic growth and national power was very compelling. The government, recognizing the importance of trade, often supported these ventures. Royal charters were granted to trading companies, and laws were passed to protect British merchants abroad. This close relationship between the Crown and the trading companies helped to make Britain one of the most influential powers of its time. Over time, the methods used in commerce began to influence how Britain conducted its foreign policy. The idea of using trade as a form of soft power became common. Instead of relying solely on military might, Britain could use its economic influence to persuade other nations and secure advantageous deals. This approach allowed Britain to expand its reach without always resorting to full-scale wars. In many parts of the world, British merchants became trusted figures. They acted as intermediaries between the local populations and the distant authorities in London. This system of trade and diplomacy helped to build relationships that would later be important as Britain continued to grow. The impact of these early trade empires was felt far beyond the shores of Britain. In the colonies and trading posts around the world, British influence began to reshape local economies and societies. In India, for example, the East India Company started to take on roles that went well beyond trade. Over time, the company's power grew, and it began to act as a ruler in many regions. This led to changes in administration, law, and even culture. Local rulers found themselves negotiating with a powerful force that had both military and economic strength. The effects of these changes are still seen today in the legal and cultural systems of many former British colonies. The story of commerce and conquest in the early trade empires is a reminder of how closely connected economic success and political power can be. Trade was not merely about exchanging goods. It was a way to build relationships, gain control of territories, and shape the world. Every shipment of spices, every contract signed with a local ruler, and every new trading post established was a step toward building an empire that would last for centuries. The foundations laid during this time allowed Britain to become a global power, with its language, laws, and customs spreading across continents. As we look back on these early years, we see that the birth of trade empires was a turning point in history. It was a time when commerce and conquest merged to create a network that connected distant lands and diverse peoples. The lessons learned during these years, about hard work, innovation, and the power of ideas, continue to influence us today. The British trade empire showed that by controlling trade routes and building strong networks, a small nation could have a big impact on the world. In the end, the rise of trade empires was about more than just money. It was about creating a new way of seeing the world, one in which connections between people and places mattered more than borders. The legacy of this period is complex. It is a story of great achievements and deep injustices, of innovation and exploitation, of hope and sorrow. Yet, by studying these early days of commerce and conquest, we can learn important lessons about how nations grow and how power is built. This chapter shows that the birth of trade empires was a crucial chapter in the story of the British Empire. The success of these ventures set the stage for further expansion. It was the blend of economic ambition and military strength that allowed Britain to build an empire that spanned the globe. While the methods used were sometimes harsh, the drive for progress and the desire to connect with the wider world created a legacy that is still with us today. As we move forward in our journey through the history of the British Empire, remember that the growth of trade was a powerful force. It connected different lands, changed lives, and reshaped the world. The birth of trade empires was not a single event, but a long process that involved the hard work and determination of many people. Their stories remind us that even in a time of conflict and conquest, there was hope for a future built on trade, exchange, and progress. When Queen Elizabeth I took the throne, England was a country full of hope and dreams of a better future. The new queen believed that a strong navy was the key to keeping her nation safe and to reaching faraway lands. She knew that the sea was not only a way to protect England from its enemies but also a path to wealth, trade, and knowledge. Elizabeth's time was a turning point. Her ambitions for a mighty fleet and a global role helped lay the foundation for what would later become the Great British Empire. At the start of her reign, England did not have a navy as powerful as that of some other European nations. Many thought that being an island meant that England was naturally protected. However, Queen Elizabeth was not content with simple safety. She saw that ships could be used to explore, trade, and even to defend against foreign threats. With a clear vision, she began to invest in building a fleet that was faster, stronger, and more agile than ever before. One of the first tasks was to reform the Navy. Experienced sailors and shipbuilders were brought together to design ships that could withstand rough weather and long journeys. The ships built during this time were not as large as later warships, but they were smartly designed for speed and maneuverability. They could quickly change course when needed and were strong enough to stand against larger enemy ships. Queen Elizabeth's advisors, along with brilliant minds like Sir John Hawkins and Sir Francis Drake, helped in these efforts. These men were not only skilled sailors but also brave explorers who understood the importance of having a powerful navy. Under Elizabeth's rule, the navy began to take shape. The Queen encouraged her people to see the sea as a friend and a way to build a future. Sailors were trained in the latest techniques of navigation and seamanship. They learned how to use instruments like the compass and the cross-staff to find their way on the open ocean. These tools, along with improved ship designs, meant that English ships could now travel farther and more safely than before. One of the most famous episodes from this time was the battle against the Spanish Armada in 1588. Spain was a powerful nation with a massive fleet. Many expected that the Spanish ships would easily dominate the seas around England. However, Queen Elizabeth's navy was prepared. The English ships, smaller and more nimble, could outmaneuver the larger Spanish vessels. On a stormy summer day, the two fleets met in a battle that would change the course of history. Despite facing a mighty enemy, the English navy fought with determination. Wind and rain played their part, and the Spanish Armada was forced to retreat. This victory was not only a military triumph but also a huge boost to national pride. It proved that with courage, smart planning, and a strong fleet, England could stand up to even the most powerful rivals. The defeat of the Spanish Armada had a lasting impact on the people of England. It was a moment when the nation realized that the sea was a place where they could take control of their destiny. The victory spread a new sense of possibility. Men and women began to dream of far-off lands, imagining the riches and wonders that might lie beyond the horizon. Queen Elizabeth encouraged these dreams, knowing that every ship that set sail carried with it the promise of new discoveries and opportunities. As the Navy grew stronger, so did England's ambitions on the world stage. The Queen sponsored many voyages to explore unknown lands. Privateers, who were like authorized pirates, were given permission to attack enemy ships and seize valuable goods. Sir Francis Drake was one such privateer. His daring circumnavigation of the globe showed that English sailors could match the best in the world. Drake's voyages brought back not only treasures but also valuable information about distant lands and trade routes. His adventures captured the public's imagination, and soon more explorers were eager to follow in his footsteps. Trade was a major reason behind these explorations. England's merchants longed for spices, silks, and other goods that could not be found in Europe. By reaching distant lands, the English hoped to open up new markets and secure a steady flow of wealth into the country. The Navy played a critical role in protecting these trade routes. Ships that sailed to the New World, Africa, and Asia needed safe passage, and a strong fleet meant that these journeys were less risky. As trade grew, so did the towns and cities in England. Ports became bustling centers of activity, where ships arrived laden with goods from every corner of the world. Queen Elizabeth's ambitions were not limited to war and trade. She also saw the value in learning from other cultures. Every voyage that returned from distant lands brought stories and ideas that enriched English society. Books, maps, and artifacts were shared in the royal court, and soon scholars began to study these treasures. The influx of new knowledge led to improvements in science, art, and navigation. England became a place where ideas from around the world were welcome, and this openness helped create a vibrant and creative society. The successes of the Navy and the explorers were a source of inspiration for the entire nation. Young men dreamed of becoming sailors and adventurers, while writers and artists captured the excitement of the new age in their works. Ballads, plays, and poems celebrated the bravery of those who sailed into the unknown. The sea became a symbol of opportunity, a place where the ordinary could become extraordinary through courage and determination. At home, the Navy helped to forge a stronger sense of unity. People from different regions of England began to see themselves as part of a single nation, united by a common goal: to reach out and shape the world. Local communities rallied behind the Navy, supplying food, materials, and support for shipbuilding. The royal government, in turn, ensured that the Navy had the funds and resources it needed to grow. This close connection between the people and the crown made the successes on the sea feel personal. Every victory was celebrated not just as a win for the government, but as a win for all of England. However, the road to naval power was not without challenges. Building a strong fleet required careful planning, steady investment, and a willingness to take risks. Many voyages ended in hardship, with ships lost in storms or crews falling ill from unfamiliar diseases. There were times when resources ran low and the future of the Navy seemed uncertain. Yet, through these difficulties, the determination of Queen Elizabeth and her people shone through. They learned from each failure and used those lessons to build a stronger and smarter Navy. Over time, what once seemed like small and uncertain steps grew into a confident and powerful movement that would carry England into a new age. The story of Elizabethan naval power is one of determination, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of a dream. It is a tale of a nation that looked out to sea with boldness and hope. Queen Elizabeth's vision transformed England from a small island into a country with the ability to explore the farthest corners of the earth. The ships built during this time were not just vessels of war or trade. They were symbols of a nation reaching out to touch the world. As the Navy expanded, so did England's influence. The experiences and knowledge gained during these years paved the way for future colonial adventures and the eventual formation of the British Empire. The legacy of the Elizabethan era can still be seen today. The spirit of adventure and the belief in the power of the sea continue to inspire generations. Even now, the stories of daring captains, epic battles, and the discovery of new lands remind us of a time when the world seemed full of endless possibility. Queen Elizabeth I's rule was a turning point in history. Her determination to build a strong navy and to explore beyond familiar shores set England on a path that would change the world. The era of Elizabethan ambitions was not just about military might. It was also about learning, trading, and sharing ideas. It was a time when the sea was both a challenge and a promise. A promise of wealth, knowledge, and a brighter future for a small nation with big dreams. Today, when we look back on the Elizabethan era, we see a story of transformation. From humble beginnings, England grew to become a nation with a global vision. The achievements of the Navy and the explorers during this time remind us that great things can be accomplished when people dare to dream and work together. The legacy of Queen Elizabeth's ambitions lives on in the traditions of exploration, innovation, and unity that continue to shape the modern world. In this chapter, we have followed the journey of a nation that looked to the sea with hope and determination. We have seen how careful planning, brave souls, and a strong will helped build a navy that could protect the home and open up new worlds. The story of Elizabethan naval power is a story of courage, of risk, and of the endless possibilities that come when people set their sights on the horizon. It is a story that still inspires us today, inviting us to look out at the vast, open sea and imagine what new adventures might await. In the early 1600s, England began to look farther east in search of wealth and new trade routes. At the center of this quest was the East India Company, a trading venture that would grow to become one of the most powerful organizations in the world. The company was not only about buying and selling goods. It came to play a major role in governing and shaping vast regions in Asia. This chapter explores how the East India Company started, how it grew, and the many ways it changed both Britain and the lands it touched. The idea for the East India Company began when English merchants saw great promise in trading with the rich lands of India and Asia. These merchants were inspired by the wealth of spices, silk, tea, and other precious goods that could be found there. They believed that if England could build a direct trade route to these lands, the country would gain great wealth and power. To achieve this, a group of merchants came together and obtained permission from the British government. In 1600, the East India Company was officially formed, and its charter granted it special rights. This charter allowed the company to build ships, establish trading posts, and even make treaties with local rulers. At first, the company's work was focused on trade. Its ships set sail for distant shores, carrying English goods to exchange for spices, textiles, and other valuable products. The journey was long and filled with challenges. The ships had to cross vast oceans, facing storms and unknown dangers along the way. Yet, the promise of wealth was strong, and the company's captains and crew pressed on with determination. Every successful voyage added new knowledge and helped improve navigation and shipbuilding techniques. The lessons learned on these early journeys laid the groundwork for future success. When the East India Company arrived in Asia, it found a world that was very different from England. In India, there were rich kingdoms with their own customs, languages, and systems of government. The local rulers were proud and strong, and they controlled vast territories. The East India Company began by setting up small trading posts along the coast. These trading posts were like small forts or warehouses where goods could be stored and traded. They were built in strategic locations, places that were safe and convenient for ships to dock. Over time, these outposts grew into busy centers of commerce. One of the key ideas behind the company was to build strong relationships with local rulers. The company's leaders knew that trade would not work well without trust and cooperation. They made efforts to learn the local languages, understand customs, and even adopt some local practices. In many cases, local rulers saw the benefits of trade and welcomed the English. They exchanged gifts, signed treaties, and sometimes even asked for the company's help in solving local problems. These relationships helped create a network of trade that connected different parts of Asia with Europe. As the company grew, so did its power. In addition to managing trade, the East India Company began to take on more administrative and even military roles. In some regions, local rulers became weak or divided by conflict. The company stepped in, offering protection in exchange for control over trade. Slowly, the company built its own army. This army was used not only to protect trading posts but also to expand the company's influence in the region. In time, the East India Company was not just a business. It was also a governing body in many parts of India. The company's growth changed both Asia and Britain. In Asia, the arrival of the East India Company brought new ideas, technologies, and systems of trade. It opened up communication between the East and West, allowing goods, people, and knowledge to move more freely. In some cases, the company's presence helped modernize local economies, introducing new farming methods, crafts, and even new forms of government. However, this change was not always positive. In many areas, the company's growing power led to conflicts with local rulers. Sometimes, the company used its military might to force local populations into unfavorable treaties. This led to hardships for many people, as the company's focus on profit sometimes overshadowed the needs of local communities. Back in Britain, the success of the East India Company was a source of pride and wealth. The profits made from trade were enormous. The spices, teas, and textiles brought back to Britain were highly valued, and they filled the markets with exotic products that were new to many people. The wealth generated by the company helped fund other ventures, including further exploration and even parts of Britain's growing navy. Merchants and investors who had put their money into the company reaped large rewards. This success created a new class of wealthy traders and businessmen, and their fortunes helped shape the economic future of the nation. The East India Company also played a significant role in spreading British influence. As the company established trading posts and built armies, it became a tool for extending British power far beyond the shores of the home island. Through its actions in India, the company laid the foundations for British colonial rule that would come later. The systems of administration, taxation, and law that the company set up in its territories often served as a model for later government in the region. These changes, however, came with great costs. The company's rule was marked by both progress and exploitation. While some regions saw improvements in infrastructure and education, many local populations suffered under high taxes, forced labor, and the loss of traditional ways of life. One of the most important lessons of the East India Company's story is the impact of commerce on politics. The company showed that a business organization could become as powerful as a nation's army. With its private armies and extensive networks, the company was able to govern vast areas with little interference from the British government. This model of corporate power raised many questions about the nature of authority and the relationship between profit and governance. It also set a precedent for the close ties between business and government that can be seen in many parts of the world even today. Over time, the East India Company grew in size and influence. Its ships sailed to many parts of Asia, and its trading posts multiplied along the coastlines of India, Southeast Asia, and beyond. The company continued to build relationships with local leaders, sometimes peacefully and sometimes through conflict. Its influence reached far and wide, changing the lives of countless people. The goods it traded helped to connect distant regions, and its administrators introduced new systems that would have long-lasting effects on the areas it controlled. The legacy of the East India Company is a mix of achievements and challenges. On one hand, it played a major role in bringing together different parts of the world through trade and communication. The cultural exchange between East and West led to the spread of ideas, technology, and art. On the other hand, the company's methods often led to hardship for those under its control. The focus on profit sometimes meant that local traditions and economies were disrupted. Many people suffered as a result of forced changes, high taxes, and the company's military campaigns. The story of the East India Company reminds us that the quest for wealth can bring both progress and pain. In Britain, the success of the company helped to build a new national identity. The wealth that flowed from Asia to Britain funded not only further exploration but also improvements in the home country. New buildings, schools, and roads were built with the profits generated by the company. The company's success also encouraged other trading ventures, and soon Britain's influence began to spread to other parts of the world. This period marked the beginning of Britain's transformation into a global power. The East India Company was a pioneer in many ways. It demonstrated that commerce could be a powerful tool for shaping history. The company's ability to combine trade, military power, and governance created a new model that many other nations would later follow. It showed that the wealth of distant lands could be harnessed to build national power. However, it also showed that such power came with responsibilities and challenges. The actions of the company continue to be studied by historians and economists alike, as its story offers lessons about the balance between profit and human welfare. As we close this chapter, we see that the East India Company was much more than a trading business. It was a force that changed the course of history, connecting continents and cultures through the power of commerce. Its story is one of ambition, innovation, and sometimes difficult choices. It reminds us that the growth of an empire is not just about conquering lands. It is also about building bridges between different worlds, even if those bridges sometimes come with heavy costs. The rise of the East India Company set the stage for the later expansion of the British Empire. The company's success in trade and governance would eventually lead Britain to take a more direct role in ruling its colonies. Today, the legacy of the company is still visible in many parts of Asia, where its impact on culture, economy, and governance can be seen. By studying the rise of this commercial giant, we learn not only about the past but also about the power of commerce in shaping the world. When the British first set their sights on the American lands, they saw a vast, unknown frontier full of promise. The New World was a place where people could start again, free from the old ways and problems of Europe. Many brave souls left behind familiar lives in search of new opportunities. They hoped to create communities where they could work the land, trade with others, and build a future filled with hope. This chapter tells the story of these early settlers and the challenges they faced as they built the foundations of what would later become a great nation. The first permanent English settlement in North America was established at Jamestown in 1607. Jamestown was built along the James River in what is now Virginia. The settlers who arrived were a mixed group. Some were adventurers looking for wealth, others were craftsmen or farmers hoping for a fresh start, and some were simply seeking a new life away from the strict rules of the old world. From the very beginning, life in Jamestown was not easy. The land was unfamiliar, the weather harsh, and food was often scarce. Many settlers at Jamestown faced hunger, disease, and conflict. In the early years, many of them fell ill because they were not used to the new environment. The local Native American tribes who had lived on the land for many generations watched as the newcomers struggled to build a community. At first, There was a mix of cautious trade and uneasy tension between the settlers and the Native Americans. The settlers needed help learning how to farm the strange new crops and how to live in a land that was very different from England. In turn, the Native Americans saw the newcomers as both potential trading partners and threats to their traditional way of life. Despite these challenges, the settlers at Jamestown learned to adapt. They began to plant crops such as tobacco, which soon became a valuable export. Tobacco farming transformed Jamestown into a more stable settlement. As the colony grew, more people began to arrive. New settlers brought with them fresh ideas and skills, and slowly the small, struggling community began to take shape. Over time, Jamestown grew into a town with a local government, and it laid the foundation for the many colonies that would follow. While Jamestown was growing, another group of settlers left England with a different dream. In 1620, a group of religious dissenters known as the Pilgrims set sail on the Mayflower. They were seeking freedom to practice their beliefs without interference from the state or the church in England. The Pilgrims landed at Plymouth in present-day Massachusetts, where they built a new community. The journey across the Atlantic was long and difficult. Many did not survive the harsh winter after their arrival, and those who did had to work very hard to learn how to live in the new land. At Plymouth, the Pilgrims faced a landscape that was both beautiful and challenging. The soil was rich, but the climate was different from what they were used to. They learned new ways of farming by watching the Native Americans, who had cultivated the land for centuries. In return, the Pilgrims shared some of their own skills and knowledge. This exchange of ideas helped both groups survive in an unfamiliar environment. Over time, Plymouth grew from a small, struggling settlement into a community with its own rules, traditions, and sense of identity. As more colonies were established along the American frontier, a pattern began to emerge. Each colony had its own character and purpose. Some were set up primarily for trade, while others were founded for religious freedom or as new homes for families seeking a better life. These colonies were often separated by long distances, yet they shared a common bond of hope and determination. In places like Massachusetts, New York, and the Carolinas, communities began to build schools, churches, and town halls. They created local governments and learned to work together to solve common problems. The settlers faced many challenges as they built their new lives. The American frontier was a wild and untamed land. Dense forests, vast rivers, and open plains provided both resources and obstacles. Building homes, roads, and farms required hard work and cooperation. Many settlers had to clear large areas of land to grow crops or raise animals. They built simple houses from wood and stone and relied on community spirit to help one another through hard times. In many cases, the success of a colony depended on the ability of its people to work together and adapt to the new environment. Another challenge was the constant threat of conflict. As more settlers moved into the area, the pressure on Native American lands increased. Many Native American tribes had their own ways of living, traditions, and systems of land ownership. The arrival of thousands of settlers often led to disputes over land and resources. There were times of peaceful trade and cooperation, but there were also moments of tension and violence. These conflicts were complicated by cultural differences and misunderstandings. Both sides had their own ideas about how the land should be used, and these ideas did not always match up. Despite the difficulties, the story of settling the New World is also a story of hope and innovation. Many settlers brought with them ideas from Europe and mixed them with the traditions they learned from Native Americans. New forms of farming, building, and governance emerged as people tried to make sense of the challenges they faced. For instance, the idea of self-government took root in these early colonies. The settlers began to see that they could make their own decisions about how to run their communities. This spirit of independence and self-reliance was one of the early seeds that would later grow into a powerful sense of national identity. Trade and commerce also began to flourish in these early settlements. Colonies produced goods that were valuable both in the New World and back in England. Farmers grew crops like corn, tobacco, and later wheat, while others raised cattle, pigs, and sheep. The surplus goods were traded not only among the colonies but also with Europe and other parts of the world. This growing trade network helped the colonies prosper, attracting more settlers and leading to the development of towns and cities. As the economy grew, so did the infrastructure. Roads, ports, and markets began to appear, connecting the distant colonies and making it easier for people to travel, trade, and communicate. As time passed, the colonies on the American frontier became more organized and established. Local governments were created to manage the growing populations, and laws were written to help maintain order and fairness. The idea of community became very important. People learned that they could achieve more by working together than by trying to do everything on their own. This spirit of cooperation helped the colonies overcome many challenges, from harsh winters and scarce resources to conflicts with local tribes and rival European nations. One important lesson from this period is the resilience of the human spirit. The settlers in the New World faced hardships that would seem overwhelming by today's standards. They battled harsh climates, dangerous animals, and the constant uncertainty of living in a new land. Yet they persevered. Their determination to build a better life for themselves and their families led to innovations in farming, building, and community life. The challenges they faced taught them to be resourceful, patient, and united in their common goals. The settlements on the American frontier also had a lasting impact on the culture and identity of the people who lived there. Over time, the mix of English traditions with the experiences of life in a new, wild land gave rise to a unique way of living. This new culture valued freedom, hard work, and the idea that anyone could start fresh. These ideals would eventually influence the thoughts and dreams of many people around the world. The stories of the early settlers, full of both struggle and success, continue to be told and retold, becoming an important part of the nation's identity. In the end, the story of settling the New World is one of adventure and determination. The early colonies on the American frontier were built on hope. A hope for a better life, for freedom, and for a future full of opportunity. The people who traveled across the Atlantic left behind the familiar sights and sounds of Europe to create something new in a land of vast possibilities. They laid the groundwork for a nation that would one day grow into a powerful force on the world stage. Today, the legacy of these early settlers can still be seen in the culture, laws, and traditions of the United States. Their ability to work together, to adapt to new challenges, and to keep hope alive in the face of adversity has inspired generations. The American frontier remains a symbol of opportunity and a reminder that even in the most difficult times, a strong will and a united community can overcome great challenges. As we close this chapter, we remember the brave souls who left behind everything they knew to build a new life in the New World. Their struggles, their triumphs, and their enduring spirit are a powerful part of history. The story of these early colonies is not just about the past. It is a reminder of the strength of hope and the endless possibilities that can arise when people dare to dream of a better future. In the past, Europe was not a peaceful place. Many nations had strong ambitions and different ideas about how the world should be run. These ambitions led to rivalries and wars among the great powers of the time. For Britain, the struggles of Europe had a deep impact. They taught the nation important lessons about power, strategy, and the need to protect its own interests. In this chapter, we will explore how rivalries and warfare among European countries affected Britain and helped shape its future. At the heart of these conflicts was the desire for wealth and power. Many European rulers believed that by controlling trade routes, territories, and resources, their nation could become rich and strong. Countries like Spain, France, the Netherlands, and even the smaller states of Italy all wanted a piece of the world's wealth. For Britain, this meant not only defending its own lands but also finding ways to grow and compete on the international stage. One of the earliest major rivalries was between Spain and England. In the late 16th century, Spain was one of the most powerful countries in Europe. Its vast empire in the Americas had brought great wealth through precious metals, spices, and other goods. The Spanish crown was proud and determined to keep its riches. This created tension with England, which was also eager to expand its trade and influence. The conflict reached its peak in 1588 with the famous battle against the Spanish Armada. The English Navy, built with new ideas about ship design and navigation, was able to defeat the large Spanish fleet. This victory was more than just a military win. It gave Britain the confidence to think of itself as a rising power in Europe. While the battle with Spain was a turning point, it was only one part of the larger picture of European rivalry. France was another major player. The French monarchy had long held ambitions in Europe and beyond. They sought to expand their territory and influence through both peaceful means and war. For many years, Britain and France found themselves on opposite sides of conflicts. They competed for trade, territory, and allies. At times, this rivalry led to full-scale wars. In these conflicts, both sides learned valuable lessons about strategy, diplomacy, and the cost of war. The constant push and pull between France and Britain helped shape the way Britain organized its military and built alliances with other nations. The Dutch Republic also played an important role in these European rivalries. The Dutch were small in size but strong in spirit. They were known for their maritime skills and were very active in trade. Their success in building a powerful fleet and establishing colonies made them strong competitors to both Spain and England. The rivalry between England and the Netherlands grew as both countries sought control over the seas and the valuable trade routes that crossed them. Naval battles, trade disputes, and even temporary alliances marked this period. Although the Dutch were eventually overshadowed by larger empires, their influence on naval technology and commerce left a lasting mark on British naval strategy. Beyond these well-known powers, many smaller European states also joined the complex dance of alliances and conflicts. In Central Europe, kingdoms and principalities often formed shifting alliances to protect themselves from larger neighbors. These small states sometimes played the bigger powers against one another, trying to secure their own survival and gain small advantages. While Britain was far from the center of these European conflicts, the lessons learned from observing and sometimes participating in these alliances were important. They helped British leaders understand the value of diplomacy and the need for a strong military presence. Warfare during these times was not just about battles on open fields. It was also about politics, economics, and culture. Rulers used wars as a way to display their power and to unite their people. Victories in battle were celebrated as signs of national strength, and the stories of great commanders were told and retold in ballads and plays. These stories not only boosted the morale of a nation but also helped shape its identity. For Britain, the success in battles like the defeat of the Spanish Armada became a source of pride and a symbol of what could be achieved with courage and good planning. At the same time, the reality of war brought hardships. Soldiers and sailors often faced difficult conditions. Battles could be long and brutal, and the cost in human lives was high. Ordinary people in towns and villages suffered too, as wars disrupted trade, led to shortages of food, and sometimes forced people to leave their homes. These hardships served as a reminder that while war might bring glory and power, it also had a heavy price. The British people, like many others in Europe, learned to balance the desire for national strength with the need to protect their citizens from the ravages of conflict. In response to the constant threat of war, Britain began to change the way it organized itself. Leaders realized that a strong nation needed not only a powerful navy but also a capable army and a network of alliances with friendly countries. The experience of watching other nations fight and sometimes fall taught British policymakers important lessons. They saw that a nation could not rely solely on luck or the strength of its land. It had to be prepared for the unexpected twists of international politics. As a result, Britain invested more in its military and worked to improve its methods of governance. The development of a professional army and a disciplined navy was a direct response to the challenges posed by European warfare. Diplomacy became just as important as military might. British diplomats and envoys traveled to courts across Europe, trying to build relationships that could help avoid conflicts or at least lessen their impact. They worked to form alliances with countries that shared common interests, such as trade and the desire for peace. These diplomatic efforts were often complicated by the competing ambitions of the various European powers. Nevertheless, the idea that nations could work together to solve problems, rather than always resorting to war, slowly began to take hold. This gradual shift in thinking laid the groundwork for a more balanced approach to international relations. Trade and commerce also continued to play a key role during times of rivalry and war. Even when nations were in conflict, trade often went on. Merchants found ways to carry goods across dangerous waters and through contested lands. For Britain, this meant that even during times of war, the nation could maintain important economic links with other parts of the world. This resilience in trade helped to support the economy and provided the resources needed to fund military campaigns. The ability to keep trade moving despite the chaos of war was one of the factors that allowed Britain to continue growing and to later build a larger empire. As European rivalries and warfare continued, the lessons learned by Britain did not remain confined to the continent. They influenced how Britain saw its own place in the world. The idea of protecting the nation's trade routes, building a strong military, and using diplomacy to manage conflicts became core principles of British policy. These ideas would later be used to justify and guide Britain's own expansion overseas. The experiences of the past showed that a nation that was strong at home could project its power abroad and create a network of influence that reached across the globe. By watching its neighbors in Europe fight over power and wealth, Britain began to understand that its future lay in being prepared, being smart about alliances, and being willing to learn from both victories and defeats. The constant state of competition in Europe drove innovation in military tactics, shipbuilding, and even in the way people thought about government. The drive to outdo rivals led to improvements that made British forces more agile and better organized. Over time, these changes would be critical in helping Britain become one of the most powerful nations in the world. Looking back, the rivalries and warfare of European powers were a time of great tension and change. They were a period when nations learned hard lessons about power, honor, and the cost of ambition. For Britain, these conflicts were a training ground, a time to test new ideas about military organization, trade, and diplomacy. The hardships and triumphs of these years left marks that could be seen in the policies and practices of later generations. They helped to shape a nation that was not content to sit back and watch the world go by but was determined to take an active role in shaping its own destiny. As we close this chapter, we remember that the history of rivalry and warfare in Europe is a reminder of the delicate balance between conflict and cooperation. The lessons learned in these turbulent times continue to influence the world today. For Britain, the experiences of these wars laid the foundation for future success, teaching the nation that strength comes from preparedness, unity, and the willingness to adapt. The spirit of resilience and the drive to protect what was valuable, a strong navy, a capable army, and fruitful trade, became the backbone of a nation that would one day build an empire spanning the globe. In the 17th century, as European nations searched for new sources of wealth, the warm and sunny islands of the Caribbean caught Britain's eye. The Caribbean was different from the lands of North America and Europe. It was a region of beautiful beaches, clear blue waters, and rich, fertile soil. However, it was also a place where the work was hard and life could be very cruel. Britain, along with other European countries, saw the opportunity to grow sugar, a crop that was highly valued in Europe, and build a profitable colonial economy. At first, European explorers visited the Caribbean in search of gold and other riches. Over time, they discovered that the islands were perfect for growing sugarcane. Sugar was a rare and expensive commodity in Europe, used to sweeten foods and drinks, and it was in great demand. Entrepreneurs in Britain realized that if they could grow sugar in the Caribbean and sell it in Europe, they could make huge profits. This idea led to the establishment of sugar plantations on many Caribbean islands such as Barbados, Jamaica, and Antigua. Building a sugar plantation was not an easy task. The first step was to clear the dense tropical forests so that the sugar cane could be planted. This work was done by large groups of laborers who had to work under the hot sun for many hours. Soon, plantation owners discovered that they needed many more workers to handle the hard and continuous labor required by the fields. At first, some of these workers were local people or even indentured servants from Europe, who agreed to work for a set number of years in exchange for passage to the New World and the promise of land or money afterward. However, the demand for labor quickly outpaced the supply of willing European workers. To solve this problem, plantation owners began to look for other sources of labor. They turned to Africa, where people were captured or sold into slavery. Enslaved Africans were brought across the Atlantic on crowded and dangerous ships. The journey, known as the Middle Passage, was long and filled with misery. Many did not survive the trip, and those who did arrived in the Caribbean weakened by hunger and illness. Despite these hardships, the system of slavery grew rapidly because it seemed to be the only way to keep the large sugar plantations running profitably. Once on the islands, enslaved people were forced to work on the plantations under very harsh conditions. They worked from sunrise to sunset in the hot, humid climate. The work involved planting, harvesting, and processing the sugar cane. After the cane was cut, it had to be crushed in large mills to extract the juice, which was then boiled down to create raw sugar. This raw sugar was later refined into the sweet white sugar that became so popular in Europe. The process was not only physically demanding but also dangerous. Enslaved workers were often given little rest, and the overseers used brutal methods to enforce discipline and keep production high. The expansion of sugar plantations in the Caribbean had a huge impact on the region's economy. Sugar quickly became one of the most important exports from the Caribbean to Europe. The wealth generated by sugar helped to fuel the growth of European economies and brought great profits to plantation owners and merchants. British investors and traders found that they could earn large sums of money by financing these plantations and shipping sugar to European markets. As a result, sugar became the cornerstone of a new, booming colonial economy in the Caribbean. Along with sugar, other products such as molasses and rum were also produced on the plantations. Molasses, a thick syrup made from sugar, was used to make rum, a spirit that became popular in both the Caribbean and Europe. Rum, sugar, and molasses formed a triangle of trade that connected the Caribbean, Europe, and even North America. Ships would bring rum and sugar to Europe, and in return, goods like manufactured items, weapons, and textiles would be sent back to the colonies. This trade network was very profitable and played a major role in shaping the economy of the British Empire. While the wealth from sugar brought prosperity to many in Britain, it came at a terrible human cost. The system of slavery was cruel and dehumanizing. Enslaved Africans were treated as property, stripped of their freedom, culture, and rights. Families were often torn apart as individuals were sold to different plantations. They were forced to work under constant threat of punishment, and any sign of resistance was met with harsh retribution. The plantation owners and those who managed the trade rarely considered the suffering of the enslaved people. Instead, their focus was on maximizing profits and ensuring that the plantations ran smoothly. Over time, the exploitation in the Caribbean led to deep social and economic divisions. On one side were the wealthy plantation owners and merchants who benefited from the sugar trade, while on the other side were the enslaved Africans who lived in harsh conditions and had no rights. The vast profits from sugar helped to build magnificent estates and fund grand projects back in Britain. Statues, buildings, and art were created with the wealth that came from the Caribbean. Yet these symbols of wealth also served as a reminder of the exploitation that made that wealth possible. The conditions on the plantations also led to frequent rebellions and resistance among the enslaved. Despite the severe risks, many enslaved people fought back against their oppressors. There were instances of organized revolts where enslaved Africans tried to escape or overthrow the plantation system. These acts of resistance were dangerous and often met with brutal force, but they showed the human spirit's desire for freedom and dignity. Stories of these rebellions have been passed down through generations, reminding us that even in the darkest of times, the longing for freedom can spark courage and hope. As time went on, the expansion in the Caribbean also changed the way people in Britain viewed the world. The wealth from sugar and the trade network it created played a significant role in Britain's rise as a global power. British merchants and investors grew more confident, and the profits from the Caribbean helped finance further exploration and expansion in other parts of the world. The trade in sugar and rum, along with the system of slavery that made it possible, became a major part of Britain's economic foundation. It influenced everything from politics to culture, leaving a legacy that is still discussed and debated today. The economic success of the Caribbean colonies was not without controversy. As the years passed, more people began to question the morality of slavery and the exploitation of African people. Religious groups, activists, and some reform-minded politicians in Britain and elsewhere started to speak out against the inhumane treatment of the enslaved. Over time, these voices helped spark debates about freedom, justice, and human rights. Although the movement to end slavery would take many years and face strong opposition, it eventually led to significant changes in British policy and in the way people thought about human rights. The impact of the Caribbean expansion on global history is enormous. The sugar trade helped shape the modern world by connecting continents and cultures through trade. The profits from sugar and the wealth of the British Empire allowed for investments in industry, science, and education that would eventually drive the Industrial Revolution. Yet, the dark legacy of slavery remains a painful part of this history. Today, many people continue to study and discuss the consequences of the sugar trade and the system of slavery in the Caribbean, seeking to understand its full impact on both the past and the present. In summary, the expansion in the Caribbean was a turning point in the story of the British Empire. It was a time of great opportunity for wealth and power, but it also brought great suffering to those who were enslaved. The sugar plantations transformed the islands into centers of economic activity, connecting the Caribbean to Europe and North America through a network of trade. The legacy of this period is complex. It includes both the remarkable growth of a global empire and the deep human cost of that growth. The story of the Caribbean is a reminder that history is often a mix of hope and hardship, innovation and injustice. As we close this chapter, we remember the many lives that were changed forever in the pursuit of sugar and wealth. The expansion in the Caribbean set the stage for future developments in the British Empire, influencing economies, cultures, and societies on a global scale. The lessons from this time continue to challenge us to reflect on how we balance progress with compassion and how the search for wealth can sometimes come at a heavy price. In the early days of the expanding British Empire, trade was seen as the engine that could power a nation's rise. As British merchants reached farther into the world, they discovered that connecting with distant lands was not only about trading spices, textiles, and precious metals. It was also about establishing complex networks that would shape economies on both sides of the Atlantic. One of the most painful chapters in this global trade story is the Atlantic slave trade, where human lives were bought and sold to build imperial fortunes. Trade routes across the Atlantic became a busy network. British ships set sail from home ports carrying goods like cloth, tools, and manufactured items. Their aim was to trade these goods for raw materials and other products that were not available in Europe. The traders soon found that there was high demand in Europe for tropical goods such as sugar, tobacco, and coffee, which were grown on large plantations in the Americas and the Caribbean. However, the work on these plantations was very hard. Large numbers of laborers were needed, and many planters soon turned to a cruel and inhumane solution: the use of enslaved people. The Atlantic slave trade developed as part of this global system of trade. European traders, including the British, began to purchase or capture people from West Africa. These individuals were forced onto ships in a journey that came to be known as the Middle Passage. The conditions on these ships were terrible. Enslaved Africans were packed tightly into the ship's hold, with little room to move, poor air, and very little food or water. Many did not survive the long and brutal journey across the ocean. Yet, despite the hardships, the slave trade expanded as plantation owners in the New World demanded more workers to keep their fields in production. The British played a significant role in this trade. As the empire grew and its need for tropical goods increased, British merchants and ship captains found great profit in the slave trade. Ships would leave British ports loaded with manufactured goods and sail to West Africa. There, these goods were traded for enslaved people. The ships then crossed the Atlantic to the Americas and the Caribbean. In the new lands, the enslaved Africans were forced to work on sugar, tobacco, or cotton plantations. The products of their labor were then shipped back to Britain, where they were processed, sold, and helped to fuel further expansion and industrial growth. This triangular trade, linking Europe, Africa, and the Americas, became a key part of the British economy. The profits made through the sale of sugar, molasses, rum, and other plantation goods were enormous. Wealth flowed back to Britain and helped to build not only new trade routes but also the economic foundations for the Industrial Revolution. Grand buildings, schools, and new roads were built with the money made from these trades. Yet hidden behind these economic gains was the great suffering of millions of enslaved people who were treated as nothing more than cargo. In Africa, the arrival of European traders changed long-standing ways of life. Some African leaders became involved in the trade by exchanging captives from rival groups for goods like guns, cloth, and alcohol. Over time, the demand from European traders led to increased conflict among local communities. Warfare was sometimes fueled by the desire to capture people who could be sold into slavery. As a result, entire regions were destabilized and many families were torn apart. The legacy of these disruptions is still felt in parts of Africa today. The Middle Passage was one of the most horrific parts of this trade. Enslaved people were forced to endure long, cramped voyages where illness, starvation, and abuse were common. Many did not survive the journey. For those who did, arrival in the New World did not bring freedom or comfort. Instead, they faced a lifetime of brutal labor under harsh conditions on plantations. The work was backbreaking and the punishment for disobedience was severe. Enslaved people were often beaten and families were separated without warning. The cruelty of the system was hidden behind the glittering promise of wealth and progress. Despite the suffering, the slave trade was justified by many at the time with a range of arguments. Some claimed that the trade was a necessary part of building a modern economy, while others argued that it was a way to bring civilization to people who were seen as different. Such ideas, steeped in prejudice and misunderstanding, helped to mask the human cost of the trade. In Britain and other parts of Europe, many people could enjoy sweet sugar and fine rum without knowing the true price that had been paid. Over time, however, voices began to rise in opposition to the trade. As the 18th century progressed, more and more people in Britain began to question the morality of slavery. Religious groups, including Quakers and evangelicals, spoke out against the cruelty of the system. They argued that all people, no matter where they came from, had a right to live in freedom and dignity. These early abolitionists worked hard to spread the word and challenge the established order. They organized petitions, gave speeches, and even published pamphlets that detailed the horrors of the Middle Passage and plantation life. Their efforts laid the groundwork for a growing movement to end the slave trade. This movement eventually gained significant support. Public opinion began to shift as more people learned about the inhuman conditions aboard slave ships and on plantations. Over time, political leaders in Britain took notice. Debates filled the halls of Parliament as advocates for abolition presented evidence of the suffering endured by enslaved people. These debates were not easy, as many powerful merchants and investors had made fortunes through the slave trade and were resistant to change. Yet the growing moral pressure could not be ignored. By the early 19th century, the combined force of public protest, moral arguments, and political pressure led to major changes in British policy. In 1807, the British Parliament passed the Abolition of the Slave Trade Act, which made it illegal to engage in the slave trade throughout the British Empire. This was a significant step forward, though it did not end slavery itself. The act meant that British ships could no longer transport enslaved people, and it marked the beginning of a long process of change. In the years that followed, further legislation would eventually lead to the abolition of slavery in British colonies altogether. Even after the trade was abolished, the legacy of the Atlantic slave trade continued to affect many societies. In the Caribbean and the Americas, the economies that had been built on forced labor did not simply disappear. The deep scars left by the cruelty of slavery influenced social and economic life for generations. In Britain, the wealth gained from the trade had contributed to the country's rise as a global power. Many institutions, buildings, and even cultural practices were funded by money that had its roots in this painful chapter of history. Today, historians continue to study the Atlantic slave trade to understand its far-reaching impacts. They examine not only the economic growth it spurred but also the human cost of such progress. This history reminds us that the search for wealth can sometimes lead to great injustice and suffering. The story of imperial trade and the slave trade is a complex one, filled with both innovation and cruelty, ambition and despair. It challenges us to look back and ask difficult questions about the price of progress and the values that drive a society. In schools and museums, efforts are made to remember the lives lost and the struggles endured by millions of enslaved people. Through memorials, education, and public discussions, people seek to acknowledge this dark part of history and to learn from it. The hope is that by remembering the past, we can work toward a future where such injustice is never repeated. The story of the Atlantic slave trade is not just a tale of economic gain. It is also a powerful reminder of the importance of human dignity, compassion, and justice. The legacy of the Atlantic slave trade is still visible in many parts of the world. In former colonies, the descendants of those who were enslaved continued to work for recognition, equality, and reparations. In Britain, the history of the slave trade is now openly discussed as part of the national story. This growing awareness has led to efforts to address the lasting inequalities that emerged from centuries of exploitation. The journey toward understanding and reconciliation is ongoing, and it requires honesty, reflection, and the willingness to face uncomfortable truths. As we look back on this chapter of history, we see that trade and empire were built on a mix of human creativity and human suffering. The same networks that brought wealth and innovation also carried stories of pain and loss. The British Empire's rise as a global power was deeply intertwined with the Atlantic slave trade, a fact that cannot be ignored if we are to understand the full picture of history. By studying this past, we learn not only about economics and politics but also about the need for empathy and the protection of human rights. In the end, the story of imperial trade and the Atlantic slave trade teaches us important lessons about power, morality, and the cost of progress. It shows us that while the drive to explore and expand can lead to great achievements, it can also come at a terrible price. As we remember the millions of lives that were affected by these events, we are reminded that history is made up of many voices, some of triumph and some of deep sorrow. This understanding is key to ensuring that the mistakes of the past are not repeated in the future. In the late 18th century, a great change began in Britain that would forever alter the lives of its people and shape the future of the world. This change, known as the Industrial Revolution, started with new inventions and new ways of making things. It was a time when machines replaced many hand tools and when factories began to rise in cities. The Industrial Revolution transformed not only the British economy but also the way people worked, lived, and interacted with each other. Its impact was felt both at home and in faraway colonies, linking Britain even closer to its expanding empire. Before the Industrial Revolution, most people in Britain lived in small villages or on farms. Work was slow and many tasks were done by hand. Farmers grew their own food and made simple tools for daily work. But as the new ideas of science and engineering began to spread, inventors looked for ways to make work faster and easier. They developed machines that could spin thread, weave cloth, and even power small factories. One of the most famous inventions was the steam engine, which used the power of steam to drive machinery. This invention would soon become the heart of the Industrial Revolution. The steam engine changed the way factories worked. Before its invention, most machines were powered by water wheels or by human and animal strength. With steam power, factories could be built in places where there was no fast-moving river. Steam engines allowed for the construction of large factories in cities, where many workers could gather to run the machines. These factories produced textiles, iron, and many other goods on a scale never seen before. As more machines were built and more factories opened, the economy began to change rapidly. The new factories needed many workers. People moved from the countryside to the cities in search of jobs, and cities grew larger and busier. In the bustling factory towns, workers spent long hours running machines, often in difficult and dangerous conditions. While many found hope in the new jobs, working in a factory was hard work. The machines moved fast and were loud, and there was little time for rest. Over time, workers began to organize themselves to ask for better pay and safer working conditions. Their struggles helped bring about changes in labor laws and set the stage for modern workers' rights. At the same time, the growth of factories had a huge impact on Britain's economy. The mass production of goods meant that products could be made more cheaply and sold at lower prices. Items like cloth, shoes, and tools, which had once been expensive and rare, became more common. This growth in production led to a rise in trade. British merchants now had many new goods to sell, and the country became even more connected to global trade networks. As factories churned out products, ships carried these goods to markets in Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia. The wealth from increased trade helped finance further improvements in technology and infrastructure. Coal and iron played a central role in the Industrial Revolution. Coal was used to fuel steam engines, and iron was the material used to build machines, railways, and buildings. In Britain, vast coal fields were discovered in places like South Wales and northern England. These coal mines became the energy source that powered factories and trains. The availability of cheap coal made it possible to run steam engines day after day, and soon railways began to crisscross the country. Trains, powered by steam, could move goods and people faster than ever before. The railways connected distant parts of the country and made it easier to transport raw materials to factories and finished goods to markets. The transformation brought by the Industrial Revolution was not limited to factories and trains. It also changed everyday life. In cities, new forms of communication and public services began to develop. Newspapers spread news faster, and improved roads allowed for quicker travel between towns. While many people experienced difficult working conditions, the new economy also created opportunities for education and innovation. The growth of industry encouraged the establishment of schools and technical colleges, where people could learn new skills and ideas. This wave of innovation and learning would later contribute to further technological advances. The impact of the Industrial Revolution was felt far beyond Britain's shores. As Britain's economy grew, it needed more raw materials and new markets for its goods. This demand led to an even greater expansion of the British Empire. Colonies provided the raw materials that factories needed, such as cotton from India and rubber from Africa, and they also served as markets where British goods were sold. In many of the colonies, local economies began to change as well. Traditional crafts and industries sometimes declined as mass-produced goods from Britain flooded the markets. While this brought economic growth and modern technologies to some areas, it also led to changes in local cultures and ways of life. In India, for example, British factories produced textiles that were sold cheaply, which hurt local weavers who had long depended on their craft. In Africa, new railways and mining operations, funded by British investors, changed the way people worked and lived. These shifts were part of the global spread of industrialization, a process that connected distant parts of the world through trade and technology. The Industrial Revolution helped to create a world that was more interconnected than ever before. Ideas, goods, and even people moved more freely, and the boundaries between nations began to blur. However, the benefits of the Industrial Revolution were not shared equally. While many industrialists and merchants grew rich, many workers faced long hours, low wages, and dangerous conditions. The rise of factories also brought problems such as overcrowded cities, pollution, and poor sanitation. The rapid growth of urban areas often meant that housing and services could not keep up with the demand. Diseases spread quickly in these crowded conditions, and life in many industrial towns was harsh. Over time, these challenges led to social reforms. Activists and reformers began to campaign for better living conditions, fair wages, and safer workplaces. Their efforts eventually led to improvements in public health, housing, and labor laws, which helped to make life a bit better for many working people. The changes of the Industrial Revolution also influenced the culture and identity of Britain. New forms of art and literature emerged as people reflected on the rapid changes around them. Writers and painters captured the energy and the struggles of industrial life, showing both the beauty and the harsh realities of the new era. Music, theater, and poetry became ways for people to express their hopes and fears in a changing world. This cultural flowering helped to define the spirit of modern Britain, a nation that was constantly evolving, full of both innovation and a desire for fairness. The influence of the Industrial Revolution spread to other parts of the world as well. Countries in Europe and North America soon began to adopt British methods of mass production and steam power. The ideas and inventions that had taken hold in Britain soon sparked industrial revolutions in other nations, creating a global wave of change. The world became more interconnected, with advances in technology and communication leading to rapid economic growth and social transformation across continents. The legacy of the Industrial Revolution is still with us today. The modern factories, railways, and technological advances that we often take for granted all have their roots in this remarkable period of change. In Britain, the Industrial Revolution laid the foundations for the country's role as a global power. The wealth it generated helped to build schools, hospitals, and infrastructure that improved the lives of many. Yet, it also left lessons about the need to balance progress with care for the people who make that progress possible. As we look back on this time, we see that the Industrial Revolution was more than just a period of technological change. It was a turning point in human history. It brought new ideas about work, innovation, and community. It connected people across great distances and transformed the way nations interacted with each other. The changes that began in Britain would eventually ripple out around the world, setting the stage for the modern age. The story of the Industrial Revolution teaches us that progress often comes with challenges. It reminds us that while new inventions and ideas can create wealth and opportunity, they also require careful thought about how that progress is shared. The struggles of the working people, the efforts to reform urban life, and the drive for fairness are all part of the larger story of this transformative era. As we remember the past, we can learn from it, understanding both the power of human ingenuity and the importance of compassion and justice in times of change. In the end, the Industrial Revolution was a period of enormous change and possibility. It turned a quiet island nation into a powerhouse of industry and trade. It reshaped the British Empire and connected the world in ways that still influence us today. The spirit of innovation that drove the steam engines, built the factories, and sparked the railways is a reminder of what people can achieve when they dare to change the world. Yet, it also stands as a reminder to care for the human side of progress, ensuring that all voices are heard as we build our future. After years of wars and struggles among European nations, a new era began where Britain played a leading role in keeping the peace. This period, often called Pax Britannica, lasted from about 1815 to 1914. During these years, Britain's strong navy, booming trade, and diplomatic skill helped create a time of relative calm among the great powers. Even though there were conflicts in other parts of the world on the international stage, the British influence helped maintain order and spread ideas of progress and fairness. When the Napoleonic Wars ended in 1815, Europe was tired of constant fighting. The wars had taken a heavy toll on many nations and people longed for stability. Britain emerged from the wars with a strong economy, a powerful navy, and vast trade connections. These strengths allowed Britain to take a leadership role in international affairs. The British government and its diplomats worked to settle disputes between nations and to build agreements that would prevent further large-scale wars. In many ways, the peace that followed was not a matter of luck. It was the result of careful planning and the use of Britain's power for good. One of the key factors in Pax Britannica was Britain's unmatched naval strength. The British Navy, with its advanced ships and skilled sailors, controlled the seas. With control over the oceans, Britain could protect its trade routes and prevent other nations from easily starting conflicts on a global scale. This naval power meant that when tensions rose, Britain could step in and offer mediation or, if needed, show force to keep the peace. The presence of the British fleet on the high seas was a reminder to all nations that the world was watched over by a power that preferred order to chaos. Along with its military might, Britain had built a vast network of trade that connected far-off lands. British merchants and companies had set up trading posts and colonies in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. This network helped to bind many different countries together in a system of commerce and mutual interest. When goods, ideas, and people moved along these trade routes, they also brought with them a sense of shared progress. In many colonies and trading hubs, local customs blended with British ways of life, creating new cultures and ways of doing business. This exchange of ideas helped to promote economic growth and stability across the globe. Diplomacy was another important tool during Pax Britannica. British diplomats were known for their skill in negotiating with other nations. They worked hard to resolve disputes peacefully and to create alliances that helped maintain a balance of power. One famous example of this diplomacy was the Congress of Vienna in 1815. Leaders from many European countries met to redraw the map of Europe after the wars and to set rules for future conflicts. Britain played a major role in these talks, using its influence to encourage fairness and cooperation. The ideas that came out of these discussions helped shape a new world order where wars were less frequent and international law began to take shape. The British government also worked to spread ideas of modernity and progress during this time. With the Industrial Revolution in full swing, Britain had become a center of new inventions, scientific discoveries, and cultural changes. These new ideas were shared with many parts of the world through trade, education, and travel. Britain's newspapers, books, and art reached far-off lands and introduced people to the ideas of democracy, free trade, and innovation. In many colonies, local leaders began to adopt some of these ideas, which slowly transformed their societies. Even though this exchange was sometimes one-sided, it set in motion changes that would later lead to more self-government and independence in many parts of the world. Within Britain, Pax Britannica was a time of both pride and challenge. The nation celebrated its achievements: the victory at Waterloo, the growth of the empire, and the spread of British ideas around the world. Monuments, museums, and schools were built to honor these accomplishments. Yet there were also debates and disagreements about the cost of maintaining such a vast empire. Many people in Britain began to question whether the benefits of the empire were shared by all or whether some groups suffered under its rule. These discussions, though sometimes heated, led to important reforms over time. New laws improved the lives of workers, helped to reduce poverty in cities, and laid the groundwork for more social equality. This internal evolution in Britain was part of the wider trend of progress that characterized Pax Britannica. The impact of Pax Britannica was not limited to Europe. In Asia, Africa, and the Americas, the British presence helped shape the development of many regions. In India, for example, British policies and institutions brought changes to education, law, and transportation. Railways were built to connect cities and regions, making travel and trade faster. New schools and universities were established, and some aspects of modern government took root. In Africa, British influence led to the establishment of administrative systems that, despite their many problems, sometimes paved the way for later improvements. In many of these areas, people began to see the benefits of new ideas: modern medicine, improved infrastructure, and new technologies, even as they also struggled with the hardships of colonial rule. It is important to remember, however, that Pax Britannica was not a time of perfect peace. Conflicts still occurred in various parts of the world. Local rebellions, resistance to colonial rule, and clashes between emerging nations were common. Even in Europe, tensions simmered beneath the surface. But the overall atmosphere during this era was one in which large-scale wars were less frequent, and the international community made an effort to solve problems through dialogue rather than force. In many ways, the period of Pax Britannica set an example for later efforts at international cooperation, including the creation of organizations aimed at preventing future conflicts. The legacy of Pax Britannica can still be seen today. The system of global trade that began in this era laid the foundation for today's world economy. The idea that nations can work together for mutual benefit continues to guide international relations. The diplomatic methods developed during this period are studied by those who work in global politics, and the emphasis on free trade and innovation remains central to many countries' policies. While the British Empire eventually gave way to new forms of government and international organization, the spirit of Pax Britannica lives on in the idea that peace and progress are possible when nations cooperate. For the people of Britain at that time, Pax Britannica was both a source of national pride and a challenge to live up to. The British believed they had a responsibility to use their power wisely, to promote order and to help guide the world toward progress. In the cities, people celebrated achievements in science and art, and there was a sense that Britain was leading the way into a bright future. Yet there was also an awareness that the cost of this progress had been high, and that there were many voices calling for more fairness and justice. The debates that took place in Parliament and in the public sphere during these years laid the foundation for many of the reforms that would come later in British history. In summary, Pax Britannica was a time when Britain used its power to help create a more orderly world. Through a strong navy, a vast network of trade and skilled diplomacy, Britain was able to keep peace among many nations and to spread ideas of progress and modernity across the globe. This era saw a mix of prosperity and challenge, a time when great achievements in industry, science, and art were balanced by debates over fairness and human rights. It was a time when the world began to change, setting the stage for the modern era. As we reflect on Pax Britannica, we see that it was a period of remarkable transformation. The legacy of these years continues to influence how nations interact today, reminding us that peace and progress are built on both strength and cooperation. The ideas and institutions developed during this time still serve as a guide for international efforts to promote stability and mutual benefit. While the era was not without its faults and conflicts, its overall impact helped shape a world that values dialogue, free trade, and the sharing of ideas. A world that, in many ways, still dreams of the peace that Pax Britannica once sought to create. The Victorian era was a time of great change and great pride in Britain. Under the long reign of Queen Victoria from 1837 to 1901, Britain experienced a burst of cultural brilliance, scientific discovery, and global expansion. This period is often seen as the high point of the British Empire, when the nation not only grew wealthier but also flourished in arts, literature, and learning. In cities across Britain, new ideas and inventions were transforming everyday life. Factories and railways, products of the Industrial Revolution, continued to change the way people worked and traveled. But it was not only about machines and trade. In the salons of London, in the libraries of Oxford and Cambridge, and in the workshops of inventors, a spirit of curiosity and creativity filled the air. The people of the Victorian era believed that progress was possible and that science and art could help build a better world. One of the hallmarks of the Victorian age was its great cultural output. Writers like Charles Dickens, the Bronte sisters, and Thomas Hardy captured the lives of ordinary people in a time of rapid change. Their stories told of hope, struggle, and the deep feelings of human life. In their novels, the challenges of industrial life were mixed with moments of beauty and compassion. The vivid descriptions of bustling cities, quiet countryside, and the dramatic struggles of life helped to create a national identity that was both proud and self-critical. At the same time, art and music reached new heights. Painters such as J.M.W. Turner and John Everett Millais created works that captured the beauty of nature and the changing light of an industrial age. Their paintings often showed a mix of tradition and modernity, a reminder that even as technology advanced, nature and human emotion remained constant. Music too blossomed during this time. Composers and performers found new ways to express the deep emotions of the era. Concert halls and opera houses filled with audiences eager to be moved by the stirring sounds of orchestras and choirs. The Victorian era was also a time of scientific discovery. The work of scientists such as Charles Darwin, Michael Faraday, and James Clerk Maxwell changed the way people understood the world. Charles Darwin's book, On the Origin of Species, introduced the idea that life evolved over time. Although his ideas were controversial at first, they eventually transformed how people thought about nature and humanity's place in it. Meanwhile, inventors and engineers were hard at work developing new technologies. The telephone, the electric light, and the telegraph revolutionized communication. Suddenly, people could talk to each other over long distances, and information spread faster than ever before. These inventions not only improved everyday life but also connected Britain to its colonies and to other parts of the world. Global expansion during the Victorian era was at its peak. The British Empire stretched from the icy lands of Canada to the sun-drenched coasts of India, from the vast plains of Australia to the rugged hills of Africa. With a powerful navy and a network of trading posts and colonies, Britain was able to project its influence far and wide. The wealth from these colonies helped to fund the many grand projects at home. Statues were erected in public squares. Museums were built to showcase art and artifacts from around the world. And grand railway stations became symbols of modernity and pride. In India, for example, British rule led to major changes in infrastructure and education. Railways were constructed to link distant parts of the country, helping to transport goods and people with ease. Schools and universities were established, and many Indians learned English, opening up new opportunities for trade and communication. While British rule was not without its hardships and controversies in India, it also brought new ideas and methods that influenced local society. Similar changes could be seen in Africa and parts of the Caribbean, where British influence, for better or for worse, reshaped economies and social systems. The spirit of the age was one of optimism and confidence. Victorians believed in the progress of mankind. They were proud of the many scientific discoveries and technological advances, and they saw these achievements as a sign that the future would be even brighter. Public lectures, exhibitions, and fairs became popular events where people could learn about the latest inventions and discoveries. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the Crystal Palace in London, was a magnificent display of technology and art from all over the world. People marveled at the wonders of machinery, the beauty of art, and the ingenuity of human invention. This era also saw a growth in social reforms. As wealth and industry grew, so did concerns about the well-being of the people. Many Victorians became aware of the problems of poverty, child labor, and overcrowded cities. Reformers like Florence Nightingale, who improved hospital care, and social activists who fought for workers' rights, worked to make life better for the less fortunate. These reformers believed that progress was not just about wealth and power, it was also about creating a fair and just society. Their efforts eventually led to changes in laws and practices that improved public health, education, and working conditions. Education was given special importance during this time. New schools were established, and education became more widely available to people from different social classes. The belief was that through education, individuals could rise above their circumstances and contribute to the nation's progress. This new focus on learning helped to spread the ideas of science and culture throughout the empire. It also laid the foundation for a more informed and engaged public, ready to participate in the democratic processes that were slowly taking shape. The Victorian zenith was not just a time of internal growth. It was also a period when Britain looked outward, eager to learn from and influence other cultures. Explorers, scholars, and diplomats traveled to far-off lands, bringing back stories of exotic places and peoples. Their accounts fueled the imagination of the British public, and many young people dreamed of adventure and discovery. The study of other cultures became popular, and museums filled with artifacts from Asia, Africa, and the Americas served as windows into a diverse world. While sometimes these interactions were marked by misunderstanding and exploitation, they also led to a genuine exchange of ideas. British scientists and scholars studied the plants, animals, and customs of distant lands, and in doing so they contributed to the global body of knowledge. Yet, despite the many achievements of the era, the Victorian zenith was also a time of contradictions. The same progress that led to magnificent inventions and cultural flowering also brought challenges. The rapid growth of cities led to crowded living conditions and pollution. The wealth of the empire was built in part on the exploitation of colonized peoples and resources, and many of these issues would lead to debates and conflicts in later years. The Victorians themselves were not blind to these problems. Many writers and thinkers of the time expressed concerns about social inequality and the moral costs of empire. Their voices remind us that even in a time of great achievement, there were those who sought a more humane and balanced path. The legacy of the Victorian era continues to shape the modern world. Many of the institutions, ideas, and technologies developed during this time laid the foundation for the 20th century and beyond. The British legal system, the traditions of parliamentary democracy, and even the English language itself owe much to this period of growth and change. Today, people still study the works of Victorian authors, visit the grand museums and architecture of the era, and marvel at the early technological innovations that once seemed like magic. As we look back on this period, we see a time when Britain reached new heights in every field. The Victorian zenith was an age of dramatic contrasts, a time of splendid achievements and deep social challenges. It was an era when art and science walked hand in hand with empire and industry. The progress of the time was not only measured in wealth and power but also in ideas and culture that have endured for generations. The story of the Victorian zenith reminds us that great progress can come from a combination of ambition, creativity, and hard work. It teaches us that while technology and industry can transform society, the true measure of progress lies in how it improves the lives of all people. The Victorian era set many of the standards by which we still judge modern life. The value of education, the importance of reform, and the belief that the exchange of ideas across borders can lead to a better future. In the end, the legacy of the Victorian zenith is a mix of pride and caution, a reminder that every great achievement comes with its own set of challenges. The culture, science, and global expansion of that time continue to inspire and inform us, even as we work to address the issues that remain. As we move forward into the modern age, the lessons of the Victorian era offer both a celebration of human ingenuity and a call to ensure that progress is shared by all. As the British Empire grew, so did the need to govern many different lands. To control an empire that spanned many continents, Britain had to develop a system of governance that could work far from home. This chapter shows how the British set up administrations, made laws, collected taxes, and managed relationships with local people. These systems of governance helped shape the way the empire was run and left lasting marks on many parts of the world. In Britain, the idea of good government had long been part of the nation's history. With its roots in English common law and early parliamentary ideas, the British approach to governance was built on a mix of tradition and new ideas. When Britain began to establish colonies in the New World, Asia, Africa, and elsewhere, it carried these ideas with it. The British believed that clear rules and proper administration could bring order to even the most distant lands. One of the first steps in governing an empire was to set up a clear administrative structure. In many colonies, Britain created a system where a governor was sent from the home country to act as the leader. This governor was usually a man trusted by the crown, given the power to enforce laws, collect taxes, and manage relations with local people. Often, a governor worked with an advisory council made up of local officials and, in some cases, representatives of the local population. This council helped to make decisions that affected the colony. The governor, with his council, acted as the main link between the colony and the British government. In some parts of the empire, particularly where the local traditions were strong, the British used a method called indirect rule. Instead of replacing local leaders entirely, Britain often kept the traditional rulers in place. These local rulers were allowed to govern their own people under the guidance of British officials. The British provided training and sometimes introduced new laws, but the native leaders continued to hold power in their communities. This system helped ease the transition into colonial rule because it respected some of the old ways while also bringing in British ideas of law and order. The British also set up courts and legal systems to maintain order. In many colonies, new courts were established where British laws were applied alongside, or sometimes instead of, the local laws. Judges and lawyers were sent from Britain to help run these courts. Over time, the legal systems in many colonies came to mirror those in Britain, with common law as the foundation. These laws covered issues such as property rights, contracts, and civil disputes. In many ways, the British legal system was seen as a tool of modernization, even though it sometimes clashed with local traditions. Taxation was another key part of the British system of governance. To support the cost of running an empire, paying soldiers, building roads, and funding the administrative machinery, Britain needed money. Taxes were collected from the colonies in various forms. In some places, taxes were based on local production, such as a portion of crops or goods sold. In others, taxes were a fixed fee that every person had to pay. The revenue from these taxes was used to build infrastructure, such as roads, ports, and schools, and to support the army and navy that protected the empire's interests. The British government also sent officials to collect taxes and ensure that money was being used correctly. These tax collectors were often feared, as they had the power to enforce payment by any means necessary. In some cases, high taxes and strict collection methods led to discontent among the local population. The struggle over taxes and the right to self-government was one of the sparks for future movements toward independence in many colonies. Communication between Britain and its colonies was vital for effective governance. As the empire spread over vast distances, it became important to have reliable ways of sending messages and orders. In the early years, letters were carried by ship, which could take months to arrive. Over time, improvements in communication, such as the telegraph and later the telephone, helped bridge the long distances. With faster communication, British officials could better manage colonial affairs and respond quickly to problems. This constant link between the colony and the home country helped Britain maintain a strong hold on its empire. Another important aspect of governance was the appointment of civil servants who were trained to work in the colonial administration. These officials came from Britain and were often educated in law, finance, or public administration. They were sent to various colonies to work in offices, manage records, and help implement British policies. Over time, some colonies even began to train their own local officials in the British way of governing. This transfer of skills and knowledge was an important part of how Britain maintained its administrative machinery over long periods. The British also focused on building infrastructure as part of their governance. Roads, railways, ports, and communication networks were constructed to connect different parts of the colonies. This infrastructure served multiple purposes. It made the movement of troops easier, helped collect taxes, and promoted trade by linking production centers with markets. In many colonies, the building of railways and roads not only transformed the economy but also changed the social landscape. People were able to travel farther and different regions became more connected. This physical integration of the empire was a key goal of British administration. In addition to administration and infrastructure, education played a vital role in governance. The British believed that by teaching their language, history, and laws, they could help create a common identity within the empire. Schools and colleges were established in many colonies, often teaching a curriculum based on British subjects. This educational system aimed to prepare a new generation of local leaders who could work within the British system of government. While education brought many benefits, such as literacy and new ideas, It also sometimes meant that local cultures and languages were overshadowed by British influence. Religion was another area where governance played an important role. In many colonies, the British supported the spread of Christianity, often through missionary work. Churches were built, and religious leaders were sometimes given roles in the administration. The spread of Christianity was seen as part of the civilizing mission of the empire, a way to bring new ideas about morality and society to the local people. However, this often led to tensions as local traditions and beliefs were challenged by the new religion. The methods of governance varied from colony to colony. In some, the British took a direct approach, sending a large number of officials and even military personnel to manage every aspect of life. In others, they relied more on indirect rule, working through local leaders and maintaining a lighter administrative touch. This flexibility was one of Britain's strengths. By adapting its methods to fit local circumstances, Britain was able to maintain control over a very diverse and widespread empire. Yet the systems of governance were not without their problems. In many cases, the British administration was seen as distant and unresponsive to local needs. Corruption sometimes took hold, and the burden of taxes and strict laws could create deep resentment among the local population. These issues would later contribute to the desire for independence and self-rule in many colonies. Over time, the legacy of British governance would be debated, with some praising its role in building modern institutions, while others criticized the harsh methods used to control large populations. Despite these challenges, the British system of governance left a lasting mark on the world. Many former colonies still use legal and administrative systems based on those established by the British. The ideas of parliamentary democracy, the rule of law, and the importance of infrastructure and education can be traced back to this period. In countries around the world, you can see the influence of British administration in the way governments are organized and in the laws that protect individual rights and commerce. The British Empire's system of governance was built on the idea that a strong central authority could bring order and progress to diverse lands. This belief was put to the test in many different settings, from the vast territories of India to the small islands of the Caribbean. In each case, British officials worked to create systems that could handle the challenges of local climates, cultures, and economies. While these systems were not perfect, they often introduced new ideas about law, public administration, and modern infrastructure that helped shape the future of these regions. As the years went by, the systems of governance established by Britain became a part of the fabric of many societies. In some places, this led to smooth transitions from colonial rule to independent governments that continued to use the British model. In others, the remnants of the old systems sparked debates about how best to serve the people's needs. The experience of being governed by a distant power also left many people with a strong desire for self-rule. These conflicting feelings are part of the complex legacy of British colonial administration. Looking back, the mechanics of empire, its laws, administrative structures, and systems of governance, were key to Britain's success as a global power. They allowed a small island nation to control lands on the other side of the world. At the same time, these systems laid the groundwork for many modern institutions. They show us that good governance requires balance, clear rules, fair administration, and sensitivity to local needs. The story of British governance is a reminder that the tools we use to manage society can help build a better future when used with care and respect. In summary, the British Empire was governed through a mix of direct rule and indirect rule, formal courts, structured tax systems, and efforts to build modern infrastructure and education. These administrative methods helped Britain control a vast and diverse empire. Although the systems sometimes led to hardship and resistance, they also spread ideas of law, order, and progress that continue to influence the world today. When the British Empire expanded, It reached lands where people had lived for many generations. These indigenous peoples had their own languages, customs, and ways of life. The meeting between British colonizers and the native peoples was a time of great change. There was both cultural exchange and conflict. This chapter explores how indigenous cultures were affected by the arrival of British ideas and practices, sometimes learning from each other and sometimes clashing over differences. At first, contact between the British and indigenous peoples could be friendly. In many cases, early explorers and traders were curious about the customs of those they met. They exchanged gifts, shared stories, and sometimes learned each other's languages. Indigenous peoples were interested in British tools, cloth, and new ideas, while the British were fascinated by the traditions and knowledge of local people. This period of exchange led to the sharing of skills, like new farming techniques or methods of navigation, and even blended some aspects of art, music, and clothing. However, not all encounters were peaceful. As more British settlers arrived and claimed lands, conflicts began to arise. The indigenous peoples had lived on these lands for centuries and had strong traditions tied to their territories. They believed that the land was sacred and that it was passed down through generations. When British colonizers began to build towns, farms, and roads, they disrupted the traditional ways of life. What had once been a balance between people and nature was disturbed by the pressure of new rules and different ideas of ownership. One major source of conflict was the issue of land. In many indigenous cultures, land was not owned by one person but was shared by the community. The British, however, introduced the idea of private ownership. They claimed lands through treaties, purchases, or sometimes force. Many indigenous communities did not understand these new ideas and felt that their rights to the land were being taken away. As more settlers moved in, traditional hunting grounds, sacred sites, and villages were often lost or changed. This loss of land led to struggles and, in many cases, violence. In North America, for example, many Native American tribes experienced conflicts with British settlers. As British towns and farms grew, Native peoples were forced to move away from their ancestral lands. These moves often led to long and painful journeys, sometimes to areas that were not as fertile or suitable for their traditional way of life. The forced relocation of indigenous peoples not only caused great suffering but also led to a loss of cultural knowledge tied to specific places, such as sacred forests, rivers, and mountains. In other parts of the empire, similar conflicts unfolded. In Australia, the arrival of British settlers led to clashes with Aboriginal peoples who had lived there for tens of thousands of years. The British brought new animals, plants, and diseases that the native population had never encountered. This change upset the delicate balance of the local ecosystem and harmed the traditional ways of life. As a result, many indigenous communities lost their sources of food and medicine, and their social structures were deeply affected. Along with conflict over land, there was also a clash of cultures and beliefs. British colonizers brought with them new ideas about religion, education, and social order. They introduced Christianity and built churches, schools, and government institutions in the colonies. In many cases, indigenous peoples were encouraged, or sometimes forced, to abandon their traditional religions and adopt new beliefs. Missionaries worked to convert native populations, often believing that they were saving souls. While some indigenous people accepted parts of the new religion, many others saw this as a threat to their own beliefs and ways of life. The loss of traditional spirituality meant losing part of what made each community unique. The impact on language was also significant. In many regions, indigenous languages were replaced or weakened as English became the dominant language. In schools, children were taught in English, and traditional stories and customs were sometimes lost. Language is a key part of cultural identity, and as it faded, so did the deep connection that people had with their heritage. Today, many indigenous communities are working hard to revive and preserve their languages and traditions, knowing that their culture is a vital part of their identity. Despite the conflicts and hardships, there were also moments of cultural exchange that had lasting benefits. In some areas, indigenous knowledge of the land, plants, and medicines was shared with the British. For example, many British settlers learned from Native American tribes how to grow crops suited to local climates or how to use native plants for healing. This exchange of knowledge enriched both sides. Over time, some communities blended aspects of British and indigenous cultures to create new traditions, art forms, and languages. In parts of the Caribbean, for example, the mixing of African, indigenous, and British influences led to unique cultural expressions in music, food, and religion. Even though cultural exchange sometimes helped bridge the gap between colonizers and indigenous peoples, it did not erase the deep scars left by conflict and exploitation. The forced removal from ancestral lands, the loss of traditional practices, and the harsh measures used to impose British rule left wounds that are still felt today. Many indigenous communities continue to fight for their rights, demanding recognition of their culture, land, and autonomy. They work to preserve their languages, rituals, and connection to nature, even as modern life presents new challenges. Over time, the British government began to change its approach as well. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, there were more discussions about the rights of indigenous peoples and the need to respect local customs. In some colonies, reforms were introduced that allowed for more local self-government. Though these changes came slowly and were often met with resistance from established interests, they marked a shift in thinking. People began to recognize that lasting peace and progress required respect for cultural differences and the inclusion of all voices in decision-making. The legacy of cultural exchange and conflict during the British Empire is a mixed one. On the one hand, there was the loss of traditional ways of life and the deep pain of displacement and forced change. On the other hand, there was also a rich mixing of ideas and traditions that created new cultural identities. In modern times, many former colonies celebrate this blend of cultures while also mourning the loss of the old ways. Museums, cultural centers, and festivals have been established to remember and honor the traditions of indigenous peoples. Efforts to restore native languages, arts, and customs are a testament to the enduring strength of these cultures. The story of cultural exchange and conflict also teaches important lessons about respect and empathy. It reminds us that progress should not come at the expense of those who have lived on the land for generations. As nations work together in an increasingly connected world, the need to honor diverse cultures and histories has never been greater. Today, conversations about decolonization and cultural restoration are taking place in many parts of the world, as people seek to repair the damage done by centuries of exploitation. These efforts are driven by a desire to build a future where different cultures can thrive side by side. In many ways, the impact on indigenous peoples during the British Empire continues to shape national identities and politics. In countries like Canada, Australia, and India, the legacy of colonial rule is a constant reminder of the need to balance progress with respect for heritage. Governments and communities work together to address past injustices through measures such as land acknowledgements, cultural education, and legal reforms aimed at protecting the rights of indigenous peoples. These steps are seen as necessary for healing old wounds and for building a more inclusive society. As we look back on this chapter of history, it is clear that the encounter between the British and indigenous peoples was complex. There were moments of genuine exchange and learning, but there were also times of deep conflict and loss. The history of this period is not a simple tale of good or evil. It is a story of human beings trying to live together while holding on to their distinct identities. It is a reminder that cultural diversity is a strength, and that understanding and respect are essential to peaceful coexistence. In conclusion, the cultural exchange and conflict between the British and indigenous peoples left a mark that still resonates today. The loss of land, language, and traditional practices is a sorrowful part of history, yet the blending of cultures also gave rise to new identities and rich traditions that continue to evolve. As we move forward, it is important to remember these lessons. By honoring the heritage of indigenous peoples and recognizing the value of their contributions, we can work toward a future where all cultures are respected and preserved. By the middle of the 19th century, Africa became a focus for European nations looking to expand their empires. This period is often called the Scramble for Africa. European powers, including Britain, France, Germany, Portugal, and Belgium, raced to explore, claim, and control large parts of the continent. The scramble was driven by a mix of economic interests, national pride, and a belief that controlling Africa could bring wealth, resources, and strategic advantages. At first, European explorers had visited Africa for centuries. They came in search of gold, spices, and new trade routes. However, it was only in the 1800s that European nations began to see Africa as a place that could be divided and owned. Advances in navigation, medicine, and technology made long journeys more possible. These new tools allowed explorers to travel deeper into the heart of Africa than ever before. Reports from these explorers described vast lands rich in resources like rubber, ivory, and minerals. Such discoveries sparked interest among European governments and businessmen. Britain was among the nations eager to claim a part of Africa. British leaders believed that controlling territories in Africa would not only bring new economic opportunities but also enhance the nation's global prestige. Britain already had established trade links with parts of Africa, especially along the West African coast, where goods like gold and palm oil were traded. With the Industrial Revolution in full swing, Britain needed raw materials to feed its factories and a market for its manufactured goods. Africa, with its abundant natural resources, seemed to be the perfect place to expand these trade routes. The process of claiming territories in Africa was not simple. European nations held conferences and made agreements to divide the continent among themselves. One of the most famous of these meetings was the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885. At this conference, representatives from European powers met in Berlin to discuss how to divide Africa fairly. Although the indigenous peoples of Africa were not present at the conference, the agreements reached had a lasting impact on the continent. The rules set there gave European nations a legal justification for their claims and helped speed up the scramble. Britain secured control over several regions, including parts of East Africa and areas in West Africa. Once territories were claimed on paper, European powers set out to enforce their control on the ground. In many cases, this involved sending soldiers and administrators to establish new governments. British officials and military forces traveled to these regions to set up trading posts, build roads, and start schools. They also worked to make treaties with local rulers, sometimes promising protection or benefits in exchange for control over land and resources. However, these treaties were often signed under pressure or with misunderstandings, and they rarely reflected the wishes of the indigenous peoples. In many parts of Africa, the arrival of European colonizers led to significant changes in society. Traditional ways of life were disrupted as new forms of government and economic systems were introduced. Local chiefs and kings who had long governed their communities through established customs and traditions suddenly found themselves under the control of distant European authorities. In some cases, traditional leaders were forced to work within the new colonial systems, while in other cases, they resisted the changes and fought to keep their power. These conflicts often led to wars and rebellions that had a lasting impact on the communities involved. The economic motivations behind the scramble were strong. Africa was rich in natural resources that were needed to fuel Europe's industrial growth. For example, rubber became an essential material with the advent of new technologies such as the pneumatic tire. The Congo in Central Africa became famous for its rubber, and the exploitation of this resource led to significant wealth for European investors. However, the extraction of these resources came at a high human cost. In many areas, local populations were forced to work under harsh conditions. They were often paid little or nothing for their labor, and brutal methods were sometimes used to compel them to work. This exploitation left deep scars on many African societies. British colonization in Africa also had a strong impact on trade and communication. As British authorities built roads, railways, and telegraph lines, they connected previously isolated regions. These infrastructures not only helped move goods and resources but also brought people from different regions into closer contact. While this increased communication could foster new ideas and cooperation, it also meant that local cultures were increasingly influenced by European ways of life. English, along with other European languages, began to spread, and new forms of education and governance were introduced. Over time, these changes contributed to the formation of modern states in Africa, even though they were often the result of painful and coercive processes. Alongside the economic and administrative changes, the scramble for Africa was also marked by cultural clashes. European colonizers often viewed African societies as primitive and in need of civilizing. They introduced Western education, religion, and legal systems, sometimes dismissing the rich traditions and knowledge that had been passed down for generations. Missionaries played a significant role in this process. They built churches and schools, and they worked to convert local populations to Christianity. While many Africans embraced aspects of the new religion and education, others saw these changes as an attack on their heritage and identity. The cultural imposition was one of the most contentious aspects of colonial rule, and its effects are still felt in many African countries today. Despite the imposition of European systems, African peoples did not remain passive. In many regions, indigenous communities adapted to the new realities and found ways to resist or negotiate with colonial authorities. Some groups managed to preserve their traditional customs by blending them with new influences. Others organized protests, rebellions, and even guerrilla warfare against the colonizers. These acts of resistance were often met with harsh reprisals, but they also laid the groundwork for future struggles for independence. The desire to reclaim sovereignty and preserve cultural identity has continued to inspire movements across Africa long after the end of colonial rule. The scramble for Africa also had long-term effects on the political boundaries of the continent. The lines drawn by European powers during the Berlin Conference and subsequent colonization often ignored the natural, cultural, and linguistic divisions that had existed for centuries. As a result, many modern African nations are made up of diverse groups with different histories and identities. These arbitrary borders have sometimes led to conflicts and challenges in building unified national identities. Today, efforts to promote peace and cooperation in Africa often involve reconciling these historical divisions and recognizing the rich tapestry of cultures within each nation. In Britain, the colonization of Africa was seen as a sign of national greatness and progress. The wealth and resources extracted from African territories helped fuel Britain's economy and supported the growth of its empire. British newspapers and literature of the time often portrayed Africa as a land of mystery and opportunity, a place where civilization could be spread for the benefit of all. However, as the 20th century approached, voices began to emerge in Britain questioning the moral and ethical costs of empire. The harsh realities of colonial rule, including exploitation and violence, started to challenge the romantic image of imperial expansion. These debates would eventually contribute to a rethinking of the role of colonialism in the modern world. Today, the legacy of the scramble for Africa is a subject of ongoing reflection and debate. Many African nations have worked hard to rebuild and redefine their identities since gaining independence. At the same time, historians and scholars continue to study the effects of colonization on African society, culture, and economy. There is a growing recognition of the need to address the historical injustices that occurred during the scramble and to work toward a more just future. This process often involves acknowledging the past, preserving indigenous cultures, and promoting fair economic development. The story of the scramble for Africa is complex and full of lessons. It shows how the drive for economic gain and national power can lead to rapid and often painful changes. It reminds us that the way we draw boundaries and manage resources can have lasting impacts on human lives and societies. The colonization of Africa, with its mix of progress and exploitation, continues to shape the political, social, and economic landscapes of the continent. For many Africans, the struggle to overcome these colonial legacies is an ongoing part of their history and identity. In conclusion, the scramble for Africa was a time of intense competition among European powers. Driven by economic needs, technological advances, and a desire for global influence, nations like Britain raced to claim new territories on the African continent. The process brought significant changes: new infrastructures, legal systems, and trade networks that still influence the region today. At the same time, the exploitation and cultural clashes that marked this period left deep wounds in African societies. Understanding this history is essential, not only to acknowledge the past but also to help build a future where all peoples can work together in mutual respect and prosperity. As the British Empire grew in wealth and power, it also began to face many challenges. Not all changes came easily or peacefully. Both in Britain and in its far-flung colonies, people started to question the old ways of life. They began to demand more rights, better living conditions, and fair treatment. This chapter explores how social change and political reform emerged from these challenges and helped shape the future of the empire. In Britain, the Industrial Revolution had transformed society in many ways. New factories and technologies brought prosperity, but they also led to crowded cities and harsh working conditions. Many people moved from the countryside to the urban centers, hoping for a better life. However, life in the new industrial cities was often difficult. Workers had long hours in dangerous factories, and families crowded into small, poorly built houses. The rapid growth of cities also led to problems like pollution, disease, and poverty. These hardships made many people start to think about how society should change. Reformers in Britain began to speak out against these conditions. They organized meetings and formed groups to demand improvements in work conditions, fair wages, and better housing. Labor unions were formed as workers came together to fight for their rights. Leaders like Robert Peel, William Gladstone, and later on, figures such as Benjamin Disraeli and others in Parliament, debated ways to make society fair. Laws were slowly passed to reduce the length of the workday, improve safety in factories, and make sure children did not work in dangerous conditions. These reforms marked the beginning of a shift toward a more humane society where the needs of the common people were recognized. Political reform was another major issue during this time. For centuries, power in Britain had been held by a small group of wealthy landowners and aristocrats. Voting rights were limited, and many ordinary people had no say in the government. In the 19th century, demands grew for a more representative and democratic government. The Reform Acts of 1832, 1867, and 1884 gradually expanded the right to vote, allowing more men to participate in elections. These changes were hard-won and often met with resistance from those who had enjoyed power for a long time. But over time, the idea that every citizen should have a voice in government began to take hold. The move toward democracy was one of the most important political changes in Britain during this period. While Britain was undergoing these changes at home, its colonies were facing their own challenges. In many parts of the empire, people began to question why they should be ruled from thousands of miles away by a government that did not always represent their interests. In India, Africa, the Caribbean, and other regions, local leaders and intellectuals started to call for more rights and self-rule. The ideas of the Enlightenment and the example of the American Revolution inspired many in the colonies. They argued that if people were capable of governing themselves, they should have the opportunity to do so. In India, for example, reformers like Raja Ram Mohan Roy and later leaders such as Bal Gangadhar Tilak began to challenge British authority. They wanted to modernize society and improve education, while at the same time fighting for greater political freedom. Indian newspapers, books, and public meetings spread ideas about democracy and self-determination. Over time, a movement for independence started to grow. Although it would take many decades for India to gain full independence, these early efforts were important steps toward political reform. In Africa and the Caribbean, the story was similar. Local populations who had been ruled by European administrators began to see the benefits of self-governance. In some colonies, British reforms introduced a new legal system and local councils that allowed a limited form of participation. However, these changes were often superficial and did not give real power to the local people. Still, the ideas of fairness and equality began to spread, and calls for true independence grew louder over time. The challenge of social change was not only about improving living conditions, it was also about changing attitudes. In Britain, the gap between the rich and the poor had grown wider during the Industrial Revolution. The wealth generated by factories and trade often stayed with the owners, while the workers struggled. Intellectuals, writers, and social reformers began to question whether the new system was just. Literature and art from this period often reflected the struggles of ordinary people. Novels by authors like Charles Dickens highlighted the harsh realities of life in industrial cities, and their work stirred public sympathy for the poor. At the same time, new ideas about education and science began to change how people thought about the world. Schools were built and more people learned to read and write. This spread of education helped people understand their rights and the importance of participating in society. Education became a key factor in the push for reform, as more informed citizens began to demand changes from their leaders. The political and social reforms that began in Britain had far-reaching effects on the empire as a whole. As the British government started to grant more rights to its own citizens, pressure also grew for similar changes in the colonies. Over time, the idea that all people should have a voice became a powerful force. In many parts of the empire, local movements began to call for not only more self-government but also the end of exploitation and the recognition of local cultures and traditions. However, the process of change was often slow and met with opposition. Many in Britain and in the colonies feared that too much change too quickly would lead to instability. The ruling classes were reluctant to give up their privileges, and some colonial administrators were not eager to share power. Conflicts, protests, and even violence sometimes erupted as people pushed for reform. These struggles were painful and difficult, but they were also a sign of a society in transformation, one that was starting to value equality and fairness over old hierarchies. International events also influenced the call for reform. The ideas of democracy and human rights spread around the world. The American and French revolutions had shown that it was possible to overthrow old regimes and create new governments based on the principles of liberty and equality. As news of these events reached the far corners of the British Empire, they inspired local leaders to demand similar rights. The idea that all people should have a say in their government became a rallying cry for many who had long been ignored by colonial rulers. In Britain, the struggle for reform led to important political debates. Members of Parliament began to represent a broader range of interests, and debates in the House of Commons and the House of Lords became more focused on social issues. Reforms in areas such as workers' rights, education, and public health were gradually implemented. These changes helped to make Britain a more inclusive and fair society, although much work remained to be done. The changes at home and abroad during this period had a profound impact on the future of the British Empire. They planted the seeds of modern democracy and social justice, ideas that continue to influence many countries today. Even as the empire itself eventually gave way to independent nations, the legacy of these reforms lived on. Former colonies adopted systems of government based on democratic principles, and many of the social changes that began during this time paved the way for later advancements in civil rights and equality. The story of social change and political reform is a reminder that progress often comes through struggle. The push for a fairer society was not a smooth or easy process. It required the courage of many ordinary people who spoke out against injustice, organized to demand their rights, and worked tirelessly to build a better future for themselves and their children. Their efforts changed laws, improved working conditions, and set the stage for a more inclusive world. As we reflect on this chapter, it is clear that the challenges faced by Britain and its colonies were both internal and external. The demands for reform came from within society, from workers, intellectuals, and local leaders, and were also influenced by events and ideas from around the world. The process of change was gradual, sometimes painful, and often met with resistance, but it ultimately led to a society that valued the rights and voices of more people. In conclusion, the period of social change and political reform was a turning point in the history of the British Empire. It was a time when ideas about fairness, equality, and democracy began to take hold, challenging old systems and paving the way for future progress. The efforts of reformers in Britain and in its colonies remind us that every society must continuously work to ensure that its systems of power serve all its people. The legacy of this era is a call to build a future where progress is shared, and where every voice is heard. In the early 20th century, the world found itself on the brink of an unprecedented conflict. Known as World War I or the Great War, this global struggle involved many nations, and the British Empire was among the key players. The vast empire, which stretched from North America to India and Africa, was deeply affected by the war. In this chapter, we will explore how the conflict spread, how the British Empire mobilized its people and resources, and the lasting impact of the war on the empire and the world. Before the war began, the British Empire was a symbol of strength and global influence. Its strong navy, vast trade networks, and many colonies had made Britain one of the most powerful countries in the world. However, as tensions grew in Europe over issues such as alliances, arms races, and territorial disputes, the peaceful order that had lasted for years began to crumble. Countries took sides, and soon a spark would ignite a conflict that spread across continents. The war started in 1914 after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria, an event that set off a chain reaction among European nations. Britain was pulled into the conflict because of its alliances and the need to protect its interests and those of its allies. As the war spread, it became clear that the British Empire would have to mobilize not only its military but also its vast resources and the diverse peoples of its colonies. One of the first challenges was to gather enough soldiers to fight in the war. Britain had a small professional army compared to the large conscript forces of some other nations. To meet the need, the British government encouraged voluntary enlistment and later introduced conscription. Men from Britain, along with many from the colonies in Africa, India, Australia, and Canada, answered the call to serve. Soldiers from these distant lands traveled by ship to the battlefields in Europe, carrying with them their own unique cultures, languages, and traditions. Their contributions helped to form a diverse army united under a common cause. Life in the trenches on the Western Front, where much of the fighting took place, was harsh and dangerous. Soldiers dug deep into the ground to create shelters against enemy fire and harsh weather. They faced constant threats from artillery bombardments, machine gun fire, and poison gas. The conditions were difficult, with mud, cold, and the constant fear of attack. Despite the hardships, the soldiers showed great courage and determination. They formed strong bonds with one another, and their shared experiences created a sense of unity that would be remembered for generations. The war was not only fought by soldiers on the front lines. Back home and in the colonies, millions of people contributed to the war effort. Factories in Britain shifted from producing consumer goods to manufacturing weapons, ammunition, and other supplies needed for the military. Women entered the workforce in large numbers, taking on jobs that had traditionally been done by men. This period saw significant changes in society as new roles and opportunities emerged. The war effort united the people of the British Empire, even as it brought great loss and sorrow. The vast resources of the empire also played a crucial role in the war. The colonies provided raw materials such as food, minerals, and rubber, which were essential for manufacturing weapons and maintaining supply lines. India, for example, sent thousands of soldiers as well as supplies like cotton and spices. African colonies contributed minerals and agricultural products that were vital to the war industry. This global network of resources helped to sustain the British war machine and demonstrated the interconnectedness of the empire. As the war continued, it became clear that the conflict would not be short-lived. Battles stretched on for months and even years, and the human cost was enormous. Cities in Europe were devastated, and millions of lives were lost on all sides. The war also brought with it great changes in technology and tactics. New weapons such as tanks and airplanes were introduced and changed the nature of combat. Communication and transportation systems were improved to better coordinate the war effort. The lessons learned during this period would shape military strategies and technologies for many years to come. The impact of the war was felt not only on the battlefields but also in the hearts and minds of people throughout the empire. In Britain, the loss of life and the hardships of war led to deep mourning and reflection. Memorials were built, and annual remembrances were established to honor the fallen. The stories of bravery and sacrifice became a powerful part of national identity. At the same time, the war sparked debates about peace, justice, and the costs of conflict. Many people began to question the old ways of resolving disputes through violence and to seek new ways to achieve lasting peace. In the colonies, the war also brought significant changes. While soldiers from India, Africa, Australia, and Canada fought on distant battlefields, their communities back home faced economic and social challenges. The war effort led to shortages of goods and increased taxes, which put pressure on local economies. In some regions, the presence of foreign soldiers and administrators introduced new ideas and practices. These experiences, although often marked by hardship, planted the seeds for future calls for greater self-governance and independence. The contributions of colonial soldiers and workers became an important part of the narrative of freedom and rights that would later fuel independence movements across the empire. As the war neared its end in 1918, the world began to change in ways that no one had anticipated. The conflict had redrawn borders, shifted the balance of power, and left many nations deeply scarred by the loss and devastation. The British Empire, though victorious, emerged from the war with a new set of challenges. The economic cost was high, and the social changes that had begun during the war continued to evolve. People across the empire questioned the old systems of power, and new ideas about democracy, equality, and self-determination began to spread more rapidly. In the years following World War I, Britain faced the difficult task of rebuilding. The war had changed the world, and the British government worked to adapt to this new reality. Efforts were made to support veterans and to rebuild the infrastructure that had been damaged or destroyed. At the same time, the political landscape was shifting. The sacrifices made by soldiers and civilians alike led to a stronger desire for fairness and representation, both at home and in the colonies. These changes would eventually lead to significant reforms in government and society. The legacy of World War I in the British Empire is complex. On one hand, the war demonstrated the strength and resilience of the empire, as people from many different lands came together to fight for a common cause. On the other hand, it exposed deep inequalities and set in motion changes that would eventually challenge the old order. The war also led to a re-evaluation of the meaning of empire and raised questions about the future of colonial rule. In the decades that followed, many colonies began to push more strongly for independence. Inspired in part by the ideas of freedom and self-determination that had been so important during the war. The impact of the Great War reached far beyond the immediate aftermath. It influenced art, literature, and philosophy, as people sought to make sense of the destruction and loss. Writers, painters, and musicians captured the emotions of the time, and their works continue to remind us of the human cost of conflict. Memorials and remembrance ceremonies have been established across the former empire, ensuring that the sacrifices of those who fought and died are not forgotten. The war also reshaped international relations, paving the way for new ideas about global cooperation and the establishment of organizations aimed at preventing future conflicts. In the end, World War I was a turning point for the British Empire. It tested the strength of the nation and its ability to draw on the resources of a vast and diverse realm. The war left deep scars but also opened the door to new ideas and movements that would change the world. The experience of fighting on a global scale, the loss of countless lives, and the challenges of rebuilding all contributed to a renewed sense of purpose. The war taught hard lessons about the cost of conflict and the importance of working together to build a more peaceful future. As we reflect on this chapter, it is important to remember that the Great War was more than a series of battles. It was a moment that changed the lives of millions. The legacy of the war continues to shape the modern world, reminding us of the need for cooperation, compassion, and a commitment to justice. The story of the British Empire in World War I is a powerful reminder that even in the darkest times, the human spirit can rise to the challenge and work toward a better future. After World War I, the world was very different from what it had been before. The war had caused deep losses and shaken the confidence of many nations. For the British Empire, the years between 1918 and 1939, known as the interwar period, were a time of change, challenge, and growing new ideas. As Britain rebuilt at home, its colonies and territories began to push for more control over their own futures. In this chapter, we explore the strains on the empire and the rise of nationalism among colonized peoples. In Britain, the end of the Great War left behind both hope and hardship. The war had cost millions of lives and drained the country's wealth. People who had survived the fighting returned home to cities that were struggling to recover. Factories that had been busy producing war materials had to shift back to making everyday goods, and many families faced poverty and uncertainty. The government tried to rebuild the economy by creating jobs and supporting workers, but the recovery was slow. These struggles at home led many in Britain to question the old systems of power and to demand reforms that would bring fairness and stability. At the same time, the ideas of self-determination and national independence began to spread across the world. The principle that people should have the right to choose their own government was strong in the aftermath of the war. In Europe, new countries were formed when old empires broke apart, And in many colonies of the British Empire, local leaders and intellectuals started to speak out for independence. They argued that people in India, Africa, the Caribbean, and other regions should be allowed to govern themselves rather than be ruled by distant British officials. In India, the interwar years were a time of growing political activity. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi began to organize peaceful protests and marches against British rule. Gandhi's ideas of non-violent resistance inspired many people to join the movement for Indian independence. The Salt March of 1930, for example, showed the world that ordinary people could stand up to colonial power without using violence. Indians from all walks of life, farmers, students, and workers, joined together in protests, boycotts of British goods, and civil disobedience. These actions were powerful expressions of nationalism, a feeling of pride in one's own culture and a desire for freedom. In Africa, the impact of the war also fueled change. Many African soldiers had fought for Britain during World War I, and upon returning home, they found that they were still treated as second-class citizens. The experience of fighting for a country that did not fully recognize their rights led to a growing sense of injustice. In many African colonies, local leaders began to call for better treatment and more say in how their lands were governed. Although organized nationalist movements were still in their early stages, the seeds of independence were being planted. People started to form clubs, publish newspapers, and hold meetings to discuss ideas about freedom and self-rule. The Caribbean too felt the effects of the interwar period. In the islands, many people suffered under harsh economic conditions. The profits from sugar and other exports were enjoyed by a small elite, while most people worked very hard for little pay. The inequalities in the colonial system led to rising discontent. Across the Caribbean, people began to demand more rights and better living conditions. Cultural festivals, local newspapers, and community meetings became ways for people to express their hopes and frustrations. Over time, these expressions of nationalism helped lay the foundation for future struggles for independence in the region. Back in Britain, the challenges of the interwar period were not limited to economic problems. The war had also changed the way people thought about politics and society. The suffering and sacrifices of millions led many to believe that a fairer, more democratic society was needed. Political reforms were introduced slowly. The government expanded the right to vote, and new laws were passed to improve working conditions and protect the welfare of the people. Socialists and other reformers gained popularity by promising a more equal society, and debates in Parliament became more focused on addressing the needs of ordinary citizens. These internal changes at home helped to create an environment in which ideas of fairness and self-determination could flourish not only in Britain but also in its colonies. However, the strains on the empire were growing stronger as the distance between the rulers and the ruled became more apparent. The vast network of colonies, once seen as a mark of Britain's strength, was now full of diverse peoples with their own languages, cultures, and ideas. In many cases, the British government's attempts to govern these territories seemed out of touch with local needs. The systems of administration and law that had been imposed during the height of the empire were proving to be rigid and sometimes unfair. People in the colonies began to ask why decisions affecting their lives were being made thousands of miles away, by officials who did not understand their traditions and concerns. In response to these growing demands, some British leaders started to reconsider their policies. There were efforts to give more local control in certain regions, a process sometimes called devolution. In some colonies, local councils were given more power to make decisions about education, health, and local infrastructure. These reforms were seen as a way to ease tensions and to show that the British government was willing to listen to the voices of its colonial subjects. However, the changes were often slow and did not satisfy all who demanded full independence. The international scene also affected the British Empire during the interwar period. The League of Nations was established after World War I with the hope of creating a system where countries could resolve their differences through discussion rather than war. The League encouraged ideas of self-determination and cooperation among nations. Although the League was not always effective, it gave a platform for new voices, including those from colonized regions, to speak out against colonial rule. At the same time, economic problems like the Great Depression of the 1930s hit the world hard, including Britain and its colonies. Unemployment, poverty, and social unrest spread across many parts of the empire, further deepening the sense of crisis. The interwar years were also a time when technology and media played an important role in spreading new ideas. Radio broadcasts, newspapers, and films reached far-off colonies and allowed people to hear news from Britain and other parts of the world. This communication helped people become more aware of the ideas of democracy, freedom, and human rights. It also allowed nationalist leaders in the colonies to spread their messages to a wider audience. The power of the media made it harder for the British government to ignore the voices demanding change. By the end of the interwar period, it was clear that the British Empire was facing a new reality. The old model of distant rule was no longer sustainable in a world where ideas about self-determination and equality were growing stronger every day. The strains within the empire, combined with the economic and political challenges at home, signaled that a new era was on the horizon. The dream of a vast empire under British control was gradually giving way to the hopes and demands for independent nations. For many colonized peoples, the interwar period marked the beginning of a long struggle for independence. In India, for example, the nonviolent protests led by Gandhi grew into a powerful movement that would eventually lead to independence in 1947. In Africa, nationalist ideas began to spread, and future leaders like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana and Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya would rise to prominence in the decades to follow. In the Caribbean, movements for greater rights and self-government laid the groundwork for the eventual end of colonial rule after World War II. At the same time, the changes at home in Britain were also transforming the country. The lessons learned during the hardships of the interwar period contributed to the social reforms that would later shape modern Britain. The expansion of voting rights, improvements in workers' rights, and a growing commitment to social welfare all helped to create a more balanced and fair society. These reforms, born from the struggles of a challenging era, left a lasting legacy that would influence British politics and society for years to come. In summary, the interwar period was a time of deep strain and rapid change for the British Empire. Economic hardships, social reforms, and the growing call for self-determination challenged the old systems of colonial rule. While Britain worked to rebuild itself at home, its colonies began to dream of independence and self-rule. The ideas of democracy and equality spread through education, media, and international organizations, inspiring people across the empire to demand a better future. Although the British government attempted to make reforms and give more local control, the desire for full independence continued to grow. As we look back on this chapter, we see that the interwar period was not just a time of crisis. It was also a time of hope. The struggles and reforms of these years set the stage for the eventual transformation of the British Empire. New nations would emerge from the old colonial system, and the ideas of fairness, self-determination, and democracy would reshape the world. The legacy of this period reminds us that change is often born out of difficulty and that the voices of the many can eventually transform even the mightiest empire. When World War II broke out in 1939, the world was once again plunged into conflict. This time, the war touched nearly every corner of the globe. For the British Empire, which had stretched across continents, the war brought both great challenges and new opportunities for change. The conflict tested the strength of Britain and its colonies and set the stage for a future in which many parts of the empire would eventually seek independence. In the years leading up to the war, the British Empire was already facing pressures. The interwar period had seen economic hardships, growing demands for self-rule in the colonies, and debates over the cost of maintaining an empire. When the war began, these existing strains were pushed to the limit. Britain, with its proud history and powerful navy, was determined to defend its homeland and its global interests. However, the nature of modern warfare was different from anything seen before, and it required new strategies and sacrifices. At the outbreak of World War II, Britain found itself fighting on several fronts. The German military, led by Adolf Hitler, quickly made advances in Europe. British forces had to prepare to defend their own island from potential invasion. The threat of air raids became very real as the German Luftwaffe began bombing British cities. The Battle of Britain, fought in the skies over southern England in 1940, was a turning point. The bravery of British pilots and the skill of radar technology helped to repel the German air attacks. This victory was not only important for Britain's defense, it also boosted national morale and proved that even against overwhelming odds, determination and innovation could turn the tide. As Britain focused on defending the home front, the impact of the war was felt throughout the empire. Soldiers and workers from the colonies were called upon to support the war effort. Men from India, Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada joined the military forces, fighting in different theaters of the war. Their contributions were vital, and their sacrifices would later be remembered as an important part of the war's history. Along with the soldiers, people from the colonies provided food, raw materials, and other resources that helped keep Britain's war machine running. This collective effort showed that the empire was more than just a collection of territories. It was a vast network of peoples united in a common struggle. The war also changed life in Britain and its colonies in many ways. In cities, factories shifted from producing consumer goods to manufacturing weapons, airplanes, and vehicles. Women took on many roles that had traditionally been reserved for men, working in factories, farms, and offices. The contributions of women during the war helped pave the way for greater rights and opportunities after the conflict. Back home, rationing became a way of life. Food, fuel, and clothing were carefully controlled, and people learned to make do with less. Despite the hardships, the spirit of cooperation and resilience brought communities closer together. The strain of war exposed deep-rooted issues within the empire. While the British government worked hard to manage the conflict, many in the colonies began to question why they should continue to be governed from Britain. The war had shown that people from different parts of the empire were capable of great courage and sacrifice. Leaders and intellectuals in places like India, Africa, and the Caribbean began to argue more forcefully for self-determination. They saw that if Britain could fight to protect its own people, then perhaps it was time for each colony to decide its own future. This idea was a seed that had been growing for many years and was now taking stronger root because of the shared hardships of war. In India, the struggle for independence gained momentum during World War II. The Indian National Congress, led by figures such as Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, intensified their efforts to negotiate with the British government. Although Britain needed India's resources and soldiers, many Indians felt that their loyalty should be rewarded with real self-rule. The tension grew as the war progressed, with protests, civil disobedience, and debates about India's future becoming more frequent. Ultimately, the pressures from both within India and from the changing international environment contributed to Britain's decision to grant independence to India in 1947. Similar movements were underway in other parts of the empire. In Africa, local leaders began to press for reforms and greater representation. Although colonial administrations tried to introduce limited self-government to calm these demands, The experience of fighting in the war and the promise of a better future made the call for full independence stronger. In the Caribbean, the sacrifices of soldiers and the hardships of wartime life led many people to question the benefits of remaining under British rule. These sentiments, combined with growing global movements for decolonization, signaled that the age of empire was coming to an end. The war also reshaped the global balance of power. After World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union emerged as the two dominant superpowers. Britain, though still influential, could no longer afford to maintain its vast empire with the same resources it had before. Economic challenges and the need to rebuild a war-torn nation forced Britain to rethink its priorities. The financial burden of the war meant that maintaining colonial administrations became increasingly difficult. At the same time, the ideas of democracy, freedom, and self-determination had spread around the world, putting pressure on colonial powers to reform or step aside. Within Britain, the experience of the war led to significant social and political changes. The hardship of wartime united many people in a common cause, and there was a strong desire to build a fairer, more equal society after the conflict. The government introduced reforms aimed at improving social welfare, education, and healthcare. The creation of the National Health Service, NHS, in 1948 was one of the most important achievements of the post-war period. These reforms helped to heal some of the divisions that had been exposed by the war and laid the foundation for modern British society. In the colonies, the seeds of change were equally strong. The shared sacrifices of the war had created a sense of unity and purpose among people from different backgrounds. Leaders in many regions began to organize political movements that demanded independence and equal rights. The momentum for change grew rapidly after the war ended, and in the following decades, many countries would break away from British rule and establish their own governments. The process of decolonization was not always peaceful, and it sometimes involved long struggles and conflicts. But the desire for self-governance was clear and powerful. The legacy of World War II in the British Empire is complex. On one hand, the war brought people together, showed the strength of the empire, and led to important social reforms. On the other hand, it also exposed the limitations of imperial rule and set in motion the forces that would eventually dissolve the empire. The sacrifices made during the war by both soldiers and civilians across the empire became a catalyst for change. The voices of those who had fought and suffered could no longer be ignored, and the call for independence grew louder with each passing year. As we reflect on this period, it is clear that World War II was a turning point for the British Empire. The conflict not only tested the strength of Britain and its colonies but also revealed that the old system of colonial rule was unsustainable in a modern world that valued freedom and self-determination. The war left a legacy of both pride and sorrow, a reminder of the great sacrifices made and the heavy cost of conflict. It also planted the seeds for a future in which nations would rise on their own, free to determine their own paths. In conclusion, the period of World War II showed that even the mightiest empires are not immune to change. As Britain and its colonies faced unprecedented challenges, the desire for a new order, one based on equality, democracy, and self-rule, began to grow. The war reshaped societies, economies, and political systems, setting the stage for the end of the British Empire and the emergence of a new world order. The experiences of those years continue to remind us of the importance of working together for peace, justice, and the right of every nation to chart its own destiny. After World War II, the world began to change rapidly. The old ideas of empire and colonial rule were challenged by new beliefs about freedom and self-determination. Across the globe, people who had lived under British rule for generations started to demand that they be allowed to govern themselves. This process, known as decolonization, was not sudden but happened slowly over many years. In this chapter, we will explore how the winds of independence swept through the British Empire, leading to the birth of many new nations. The end of World War II brought many changes. Britain was weakened by the war both economically and politically. The costs of fighting a global conflict had drained the country's resources, and it was no longer possible to maintain a vast empire with the same power as before. At the same time, the ideas of freedom and equality, which had grown stronger during the war, spread around the world. People began to question why they should continue to live under a government far away, one that made decisions without truly understanding their local needs. One of the most significant moves toward decolonization happened in India. For many years, Indian leaders and intellectuals had spoken out for self-rule. Figures such as Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose inspired millions by calling for peaceful protest, civil disobedience, and the right of Indians to decide their own future. Gandhi's methods of nonviolent resistance brought international attention to the Indian struggle and showed that change could be achieved without violence. After years of protests, negotiations, and sacrifices by countless Indians, Britain finally agreed to grant independence. In 1947, India was divided into two nations, India and Pakistan, as it stepped into self-governance. This historic event marked one of the most important moments in the wave of decolonization. India's example had a ripple effect across the empire. In Africa, where many countries had been under British rule for decades, leaders began to emerge who demanded freedom. In countries such as Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda, educated individuals and community leaders organized political movements. They called for an end to colonial administration and for the establishment of local governments that reflected the aspirations of the people. In Ghana, for instance, Kwame Nkrumah became a central figure in the movement for independence. His speeches, writings, and actions inspired many Africans to believe that self-rule was possible. Slowly, protests, strikes, and negotiations led Britain to reconsider its hold on these territories. In the Caribbean, the story of decolonization was also unfolding. Islands like Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados had long been under British control. Over time, local politicians, activists, and ordinary citizens began to push for greater participation in government and, eventually, full independence. The process was gradual. Initially, the British government allowed for limited self-government in these territories. Local parliaments were established and elections were held. However, true independence meant that each territory would eventually control its own foreign policy and economic decisions. By the 1960s, many Caribbean nations had achieved full independence, though they often chose to remain in close association with Britain through agreements and memberships in Commonwealth organizations. The process of decolonization was not always smooth. In some cases, the transition from colonial rule to independence led to conflicts and difficulties. The drawing of new national boundaries sometimes ignored traditional cultural and ethnic lines. In parts of Africa, for example, the borders established by colonial powers grouped together diverse peoples who had not always lived side by side peacefully. When independence came, these divisions sometimes led to internal conflicts and civil unrest. In some instances, new governments struggled to manage the legacy of colonial policies and to build inclusive societies. The journey towards stable, independent nations was often long and filled with challenges, but it was also a time of hope and renewal. One important aspect of decolonization was the change in attitudes among people in Britain as well. After decades of seeing themselves as rulers of a vast empire, many Britons began to question the morality and practicality of colonialism. The costs of maintaining the empire, both in human lives and economic resources, became harder to justify. Intellectuals, writers, and activists in Britain started to criticize the old system. They argued that every nation had the right to determine its own future and that the days of empire were coming to an end. These debates in Britain helped create a political environment in which decolonization could take place more peacefully. International pressure also played a role in the process. After World War II, the world came together to form organizations like the United Nations, which promoted the ideas of human rights and self-determination. Newly independent countries from Asia, Africa, and Latin America joined the UN, and their voices helped to shift global opinion against colonialism. The international community began to see the continuation of colonial rule as outdated and unjust. This growing consensus provided support for local movements and increased the pressure on Britain and other colonial powers to let go of their empires. The transition to independence was a complex process that involved careful negotiations, legal changes, and sometimes significant compromises. In many cases, Britain worked with local leaders to draft new constitutions, set up elections, and establish the institutions of a new government. This process required patience and cooperation. British officials who had once been in charge had to step back and allow local leaders to take control. For some, this was a bitter pill to swallow, but for others, it was seen as a necessary step toward a more just world. For the people in the former colonies, gaining independence was both a celebration and a challenge. Independence meant freedom from a foreign ruler and the chance to build a nation that reflected local cultures and traditions. However, it also came with the heavy task of creating new governments, managing economies, and healing the wounds left by years of colonial rule. In many countries, the early years of independence were marked by optimism, as people worked together to establish a new identity. They set up schools, hospitals, and new administrative systems, and they sought to preserve the cultural heritage that had survived despite decades of foreign rule. Decolonization also led to a rethinking of the relationships between former colonial powers and their new neighbors. Britain, which had once ruled over vast territories, began to redefine its role in the world. Many of the new nations maintained close ties with Britain, becoming members of the Commonwealth, a voluntary association that promoted cooperation and shared values. This new relationship was based on mutual respect rather than control. The Commonwealth provided a forum for dialogue and collaboration on issues such as trade, education, and human rights. Although the era of direct colonial rule was over, the bonds formed during that long period still influenced international relations. The winds of independence also changed the cultural landscape. In the former colonies, local languages, arts, and traditions experienced a revival. People celebrated their heritage and worked to restore cultural practices that had been suppressed during colonial rule. In literature, music, and art, new voices emerged, expressing the dreams and struggles of newly independent nations. These cultural movements played a crucial role in defining national identities and inspiring future generations. In summary, the process of decolonization was a turning point in world history. It marked the end of an era when powerful nations controlled vast territories far from home, and it opened the door to a future where people could decide their own destiny. From India to Africa and the Caribbean, the winds of independence transformed the British Empire into a collection of new nations, each with its own unique story and challenges. While the journey was not without conflict and hardship, it also brought hope and a renewed sense of purpose. Today, the legacy of decolonization reminds us of the importance of self-determination, cultural pride, and international cooperation. The struggles and triumphs of those who fought for independence continue to inspire movements for freedom and justice around the world. As nations work together to address the challenges of our modern era, the lessons of decolonization remain a powerful reminder that true progress comes when every people are given the opportunity to shape their own future. Even after the British Empire began to dissolve, its legacy continued to shape the modern world. The influence of British rule can be seen in many areas of life, from the languages people speak to the laws that govern nations, and even in the way countries interact with one another. In this chapter, we will explore how the empire's legacy still affects our daily lives and the global community. One of the most lasting legacies of the British Empire is language. English, which spread across the colonies, became a common tool for communication in many parts of the world. Today, English is spoken as a first language in countries such as the United Kingdom, the United States, Australia, and New Zealand, and as a second language in many former colonies. In India, for example, hundreds of millions of people speak English alongside local languages. English became a bridge that connected people from different backgrounds. It is used in international business, science, education, and diplomacy, making it a global language that brings the world closer together. The spread of English was not only a matter of everyday conversation. It also affected literature, education, and media. British books, newspapers, and later television and the internet introduced new ideas and perspectives to millions. This global reach helped to create a shared cultural space where people from very different parts of the world could learn from one another. Schools around the globe include English in their curriculum, and many higher education institutions use English as the main language of instruction. The legacy of the British Empire in this way has made English a tool for global cooperation and exchange. Another major area where the British Empire left a deep imprint is law. Many of the legal systems in countries that were once part of the empire are based on British common law. This system, which grew over centuries in Britain, focuses on the idea that laws should be made fairly and be applied equally to all citizens. The principles of common law have influenced legal systems in countries such as Canada, Australia, India, and South Africa. These laws cover many aspects of everyday life, from contracts and property rights to personal freedoms and criminal justice. The influence of British law is also seen in the structure of modern governments. Many former colonies adopted parliamentary systems of government similar to Britain's. In these systems, a parliament or assembly is elected by the people, and a prime minister is chosen to lead the government. This way of governing emphasizes debate, checks and balances, and the rule of law. It is a legacy that has helped shape modern democracy in many parts of the world. In addition to language and law, the British Empire left its mark on global trade and economic systems. The vast network of colonies built during the empire connected different parts of the world through trade routes. Goods such as tea, spices, cotton, and later manufactured products flowed between continents. These trade connections not only made Britain wealthy but also helped to create a global economy. Today, many countries still trade with one another using systems that were established during the time of the empire. International organizations like the World Trade Organization continue to work on rules for fair trade, and many of these rules have roots in the ideas developed during the period of British expansion. Another part of the legacy is seen in education and the spread of ideas. The British set up schools, colleges, and universities in many of their colonies. These institutions taught subjects like literature, science, and history using methods developed in Britain. Over time, these schools grew and became centers of learning and innovation. Even after independence, many countries kept these educational systems, which helped to create a class of well-educated citizens who could lead their nations. The focus on education, a value introduced by the empire, has played a key role in the development of many modern countries. The influence of British culture can also be seen in music, art, and sports. Sports such as cricket, rugby, and soccer football were popularized by the British and are still loved around the world. These games have brought people together, creating a sense of community and national pride. British literature and art, from Shakespeare's plays to the works of modern British authors, continue to inspire creativity and thought. This cultural legacy is celebrated in museums, festivals, and through the continued popularity of British media and entertainment globally. However, the legacy of the British Empire is not without controversy. Many people in former colonies remember the period of British rule as one of hardship and exploitation. The imposition of foreign laws, the extraction of resources, and the disruption of local cultures caused long-lasting wounds. In many countries, debates continue about how best to address the negative aspects of colonialism. Some people argue for reparations or formal apologies, while others focus on building a future that acknowledges the past without being defined by it. These debates have led to a deeper understanding of history. Scholars and communities around the world are working to recover lost histories and to preserve the cultures that were affected by colonial rule. Museums and memorials have been established to honor those who suffered under the empire, and efforts are being made to teach future generations about both the achievements and the mistakes of the past. This process of reflection and reconciliation is an important part of how societies move forward. The global influence of the British Empire can also be seen in modern international relations. The idea of a Commonwealth, a voluntary association of independent countries that were once part of the empire, remains strong. The Commonwealth of Nations, which includes countries from every continent, works to promote peace, democracy, and development. It is an example of how the legacy of the British Empire has been transformed into a network of nations that cooperate on common goals, even though they are now fully independent. This association shows that history can evolve, and that the bonds formed in the past can help to build a better future. In everyday life, the legacy of the British Empire is felt in subtle ways. From the legal rights enjoyed by citizens in many countries to the international language that helps people communicate, the ideas and institutions of the empire continue to shape societies around the world. When people travel to different countries, they often find similarities in the ways governments work or in the systems used in education and business. These similarities are reminders of a time when one nation's influence spread across the globe and helped to create a more interconnected world. At the same time, it is important to remember that every part of the legacy of empire has multiple sides. While many aspects of British influence helped to build modern democratic institutions and global communication networks, others remind us of the costs of colonial rule. The history of exploitation, cultural loss, and economic disruption cannot be forgotten. By studying this complex legacy, people can learn valuable lessons about the importance of fairness, respect, and cooperation. The story of the empire's impact on language, law, and global influence is not just a story of progress. It is also a story of struggle and the ongoing effort to create a more just world. As we look to the future, the legacy of the British Empire serves as both an inspiration and a warning. It shows how ideas such as democracy, free trade, and the rule of law can spread and unite people across great distances. At the same time, it reminds us that power must be used responsibly, and that the voices of all people should be heard. In the end, the legacy of empire is a part of our shared history. A history that continues to shape how we govern ourselves, how we learn from one another, and how we work together to solve global challenges. In conclusion, the British Empire left behind many enduring influences that continue to affect the world today. Its legacy can be seen in the widespread use of the English language, in legal systems based on British common law, and in the global trade networks that connect us. These contributions have helped to build a world where ideas, cultures, and economies are linked more closely than ever before. At the same time, the history of the empire also challenges us to address past injustices and to ensure that progress benefits everyone. As nations look forward to a future of cooperation and mutual respect, the lessons of the past offer guidance on how to build a more inclusive and just world. As we reach the end of this long journey through history, it is time to pause and reflect on what the story of the British Empire can teach us. The empire was built over many centuries, a story of exploration, trade, conquest, cultural exchange, and conflict. It was a story filled with both great achievements and deep human suffering. In this chapter, we look back at the legacy of the empire, consider the lessons it offers, and think about how we can use this knowledge to shape a better, more inclusive future. The British Empire, at its height, was one of the largest in history. Its influence reached every corner of the globe. Many of the ideas and institutions that emerged during this time, such as common law, parliamentary democracy, and the widespread use of the English language, continue to shape the modern world. For example, when you read a book in English, study laws based on British traditions, or watch a football match, you are seeing the lasting impact of an empire that connected diverse peoples and cultures. Yet, the legacy of the empire is complex. On one hand, British rule helped spread ideas of democracy, free trade, and education. It created networks of communication and trade that brought wealth and progress. On the other hand, colonial rule also meant exploitation, loss of indigenous cultures, forced labor, and struggles over land and resources. Many communities suffered under policies that favored the few at the expense of the many. This dual legacy challenges us to remember that progress and injustice often go hand in hand. One important lesson from the history of the empire is the value of dialogue and understanding. Throughout its long history, the British Empire was built on encounters, sometimes friendly, sometimes violent, between people from very different backgrounds. In some parts of the world, British ideas mixed with local customs to create new forms of art, literature, and even government. In other cases, cultural differences led to conflicts that are still remembered today. By studying these interactions, we learn that the exchange of ideas can be a powerful force for both good and harm. Today, as the world becomes even more interconnected, the need for mutual respect and open communication has never been greater. Another lesson is the importance of fairness and justice. The struggle for rights and representation, whether in Britain or in its colonies, shows that people everywhere desire to have a say in how they are governed. The voices of workers, indigenous peoples, and those who had been oppressed eventually grew loud enough to bring about reform. Movements for labor rights, education, and self-determination changed the course of history. These efforts remind us that even when systems seem fixed and unchangeable, persistent calls for fairness can lead to transformation. As modern societies continue to tackle issues of inequality and injustice, the lessons of the past offer guidance on the power of collective action and peaceful protest. The story of the British Empire also teaches us about the impact of economic systems on human lives. The drive for profit and the development of global trade networks led to enormous wealth, but that wealth was often built on the suffering of many. The Atlantic slave trade, the exploitation of colonies, and the harsh conditions in early factories are painful reminders of how economic ambitions can dehumanize people. In today's global economy, the challenge remains to create systems that promote growth and innovation while ensuring that progress benefits everyone. Learning from the past, we must strive for a balance where economic development does not come at the cost of human dignity. Furthermore, the legacy of the empire shows the lasting power of ideas. The institutions established during British rule, such as legal systems, education, and democratic governance, continue to influence nations around the world. Many countries that were once colonies have adopted and adapted these systems to fit their own needs, creating unique blends of old and new. This ongoing influence is a reminder that ideas can transcend borders and time. However, it also calls for a critical look at which parts of that legacy we choose to embrace and which we need to reform. As global citizens, it is important to learn from both the strengths and the weaknesses of historical systems to build institutions that are truly just and effective. The process of decolonization, which unfolded in the decades after World War II, is another chapter full of valuable lessons. Former colonies fought long and hard to gain independence, often facing internal strife and external pressures. The struggles of India, Africa, the Caribbean, and other regions reveal the deep desire for self-determination and cultural pride. These movements remind us that every people have the right to govern themselves and to preserve their unique heritage. Today, efforts to address the lingering effects of colonialism, through reconciliation, education, and legal reform, continue around the world. By understanding this history, we can better support the rights and aspirations of all communities. As we reflect on the history of the British Empire, we also see that no nation or system is perfect. The empire was a mixture of light and shadow, achievement and sorrow. Its story challenges us to acknowledge the full range of human experience, the triumphs and the tragedies. In doing so, we come to understand that history is not something to be celebrated without reservation, but rather a complex tapestry that holds lessons for the present and the future. Looking ahead, the world faces many challenges that are, in some ways, echoes of the past. Global inequality, cultural conflicts, and the struggle for human rights remain pressing issues. The history of the empire teaches us that progress requires vigilance and compassion. It shows that power must be used responsibly, and that those in positions of influence must listen to the voices of the marginalized. As we navigate a rapidly changing global landscape, we can draw strength from the lessons of history. That dialogue, fairness, and the commitment to justice are key to building a better future. In education, art, and public policy, there is an opportunity to build bridges between different cultures and to honor the diverse contributions that have shaped our world. Museums, schools, and community centers play an important role in preserving the memory of both the achievements and the mistakes of the past. By learning about the full history of the empire, its innovations as well as its injustices, we can foster a sense of responsibility to make the world more equitable. Finally, the legacy of the British Empire encourages us to look forward with hope. While the empire itself is no longer a political reality, the ideas it helped spread continue to inspire progress. From democratic institutions and the rule of law to global trade networks and cultural exchanges, the influence of this long chapter in history is still felt today. As nations come together to face challenges like climate change, economic instability, and social inequality, the spirit of cooperation and mutual understanding remains as important as ever. In conclusion, the story of the British Empire is a powerful reminder that history is both a teacher and a guide. Its legacy, found in language, law, education, trade, and culture, is woven into the fabric of our modern world. Yet it also reminds us of the costs of unchecked power and the importance of ensuring that progress benefits all people. By reflecting on the past and learning from its lessons, we have the opportunity to build a future where justice, respect, and equality are at the heart of every society. The journey through this history shows that while the empire has left deep marks on the world, it also offers a chance to create a more inclusive and compassionate global community.